Hello, good morning. Welcome to the MODUS Super Series from the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. It's day 2, it's Tuesday, and so it is moving day in Group A, a very international field. 4 players are playing at the World Championships in a couple of weeks' time, all looking to fine-tune their game ahead of the big occasion. And we saw some blockbuster stuff on day 1. This is the best of the action. Tony Wood picked up 1 win yesterday. The AGC star really is to keep you looking at trying to muster space in Group B over the next couple of days. Simon Adams was a breath of fresh air on day 1 of the Super Series and hopes to have his fate in the palm of his hands. He has 4 points after his opening salvo. Marco Cantler also amassed 4 points. He averaged 104 in the final game of the session, the Finn ending the day well. Jeffrey de Graaf on debut won 3 games. The Swede is looking to fine-tune his game ahead of the World Championships. Steve West also won 3 from 5. The experienced campaigner knows exactly what moving day is about and will hope to jostle position. Whilst Ben Robb tops the pile, 4 wins from 5, he was the most consistent player on the first day's play here in Portsmouth. And so perhaps fitting on the day when the trailer of Grand Theft Auto 6 was released that Ben Robb is top of the table. He's hoping to have a vice-like grip at the top of the table come the end of today. And with some 5-star punditry up here on the balcony, it's a very good morning to Chris Mason. And Chris, Ben Robb was the most consistent performer yesterday, and it shows in the position he is in the table.
Yeah, he was rock solid pretty much from start to finish. Nothing particularly sort of high level for him, but what we'd expect from him really is he's a solid player. But it depends how that opening game of the day goes for him against Steve West, where this table plays out. I think if he gets victory over Steve West, I think he could go through the card today.
We spoke about him, didn't we, since his last appearance here last year, about the consistency of him, the way that he played here last year. He was only edged out really by Raymond Smith in the end. He's kind of taken that form into this year's event. Yeah,
again, he's just a performer. There's not a lot of range in his play from his lowest average to his highest average, which is always going to make him tough to beat. But the revelation for me yesterday was Simon Adams, because I think he surprised us all with the level of play, including that 107 average.
He most certainly did, and what a character he's becoming as well at the Super Series. Right, this is the table following the first day's play. Ben Robb at the top of the table, but Jeffrey de Graaf and Steve West second and third on 6 points respectively. Let's begin by talking about Jeffrey. We saw him play a couple of times on the Euro Tour in 2023. Okay, he didn't maybe get the results his performances yielded, but we're wondering how he's going to settle on this stage, and it looked like the type of player that was at the top end of the BDO about 7 or 8 years ago.
Yeah, he was one of those that I expected to make that transition from BDO. He had plenty of success, of course, the World Trophy, and then you expect him to make that kick, and it never quite happened for him. But I was impressed with him yesterday. He overcome a little bit of a dodgy start and just got progressively better all day. And listen, he's a talented player, and I think this environment will suit him over the course of a week. I think he could be worth an outside bet of coming through this week.
What would be your assessment of Steve West's first day yesterday?
Pretty normal for Steve. You know, he can't practice a lot away from actual playing because of the issues with the hip, which is being done next week. So he basically uses his time on the board to improve, and we'll see improvements from him day on day. When we look back historically at his stats here, he's a player that sort of peaks towards the end of the week, which is perfect for Saturday night, of course.
Peaking at the right time. And talking about peaking, let's have a look at the outright betting for the first day's play. This is to win the group. Ben Robb, the 6-4 favourite now with the odds compiled. Steve West down at 13-8. And you just get the sense that if Ben plays at that level again today, he could possibly stretch a lead in the group. Yeah,
which is why I think that the second game up today is key between himself and Steve West. I think if whoever wins that game, I think may use that as a platform to really kick on over the next 2 days. But I'm with you. I think if Robb wins it, I think he can start to stretch his legs a little bit. But I've been impressed with Jeffrey de Graaf. He went under the radar yesterday, picked up 3 wins, and as I said, it improved steadily throughout the day. If he can start the day how he left off yesterday, he could be an outside bet.
Yeah, that's the outright bet. Now I've been waiting a few weeks to do this with you to see what Chris Mason thinks of the bet builder. This is a treble just under 4-1. Is this a yes or a no for Mr. Mason?
Yeah, it's a yes from me. Rob versus West went 6 legs yesterday. They've gone over 5.5. I think if we see a better version of Steve West against Ben Robb, it potentially could go all 7 legs. So I think that may be covered comfortably enough. Cantella against West. West have most 1/8 is at 8-11, and then Rob to beat Marco at 5-6. I think that 5-6 on Rob to beat Marco is probably my nap single bet for the day.
Well, that is 18 plus and begambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. Right, our first match sees Marco Cantella in action up against Simon Adams, the Finn, looking to get himself ready for the World Championships come next week. And he really put in the performance of the day in this reversal yesterday, 104 average all told. And once he did get going towards the latter half of the day, we saw the real Marco Cantella come to this stage.
Yeah, he was very impressive, and as you said, especially in this match against then a player that would have surprised the whole group of players in Simon Adams, and that 150 was key. That gave him the impetus to really pile it on, and he was 4 out of 4 on the doubles in that. It was an all-round, pretty perfect performance from him.
As for Simon Adams, what do you think we're going to get from him on day 2?
Well, if he can replicate what he did yesterday, averaged 93 for the day yesterday. And when you look at his numbers from playing back home in South Africa, obviously they're going to be improved. They're going to be inflated because he's playing in a better pool of players, with all due respect, than what he would do back home. But, yeah, if you underestimate him at your peril, I think, because he looked very comfortable hitting that 107 average yesterday. And, yeah, he's exciting. He's good to watch. He's infectious, isn't he? And he plays with a smile on his face, which is always good to see.
Ready for moving day?
I am.
Right, let's get it on then. Tuesday at the Super Series kick-starts with a battle between Finland and South Africa as Marco Cantella takes on Simon Adams. And joining Chris Mason down in the commentary box is a very good morning to Matthew Edgar. Hello, Matt.
Morning, Henry, and morning to everyone joining us here at the MODUS Super Series for day 2 here of our Group A campaign. And we're kicking off with Simon Adams taking on Marco Cantella. Marco Cantella here in preparation for his attack at Alexandra Palace next week in the PDC World Championship. He'll be coming into play on the 20th against Radak Skaganski, hoping to go better than his career best of a last 64 at the Alexandra Palace. But he's taking on a man here in Simon Adams who has waited 44 years for an opportunity like this, and boy did he take it yesterday. A seasonal average of just 73.03. We feared for Simon Adams in the quality of the group here, but as Chris Mason alluded to up with Henry Deacon, he has rose above that challenge. 93.11 yesterday, a high of 107.05, 37% on the doubles. Simon Adams has put us all, and he's put Ricky Evans on notice.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Matt, because that's who, of course, Simon will be playing
first leg
on
it's
his
Marco
World
to throw
Championship
first.
debut.
Game on.
Well, Ricky was tuned in yesterday just to... I'd be the same if I was playing a player I knew nothing about, just to take a look at him, look at his pace, look at his mannerisms, and look at his level of play. And well, if Ricky thought he may be
100.
getting an easy game, who knows, that won't be the case. And he doesn't appear to be a player that will be affected by climbing onto that wonderful Alexandra Palace stage. Seems to be able to play with a fair bit of freedom and enjoyment, which is lovely to see.
I think the days of easy games are starting to eliminate now as well. We've always said that in terms of things like the Pro Tour, but I'm going to be honest. When I was sat in that Pro Tour qualifiers pool watching the World Championship draw, you look at the international qualifiers and you think there's maybe 7 I don't want to play, where now you think there's maybe 7 you do want to play. It is completely flipped around now, and I think we've got the best international qualifier lineup we've ever had.
Yeah, I think we
100
have the potential to possibly break a few records this year at the Worlds. Certainly looking forward to it. It's so close.
I did have a look this morning because These are two players that are going to the Alexandra Palace.
59.
And if we get a repeat fixture, Marco Cantele versus Simon Adams at Ali Pali, it would be the final. They are in opposite halves of the draw. Simon Adams in section 4, Cantele in section 2. I think he's changed those flights though,
140.
Mace.
Yeah, he's sticking with it. Maybe they're his lucky ones. Not much left of them.
Suppose we're lucky that he hasn't got lucky underpants then, aren't we, if he doesn't change them that often.
170.
Beautiful setup play there, though, from
Simon, you
Cantele.
require
Yeah, stunning.
140.
Double after 12 with the throw, forcing Adams to take this one out. That's a good start. Couldn't find the second trouble for a go at double 10.
100. Marco, you require
Cantele, of
32.
course, a very experienced campaigner in terms of World Championships played. The line down there is way off.
28. Simon, you require
There is
40.
anything more frustrating than that? You produce a wonderful setup shot, leave a double after 12 and fluff your lines. Will he get punished?
Double 10 for a look into the palms of his hands.
30.
No, it comes inside. Both players
Marco,
passing
you require
opportunities. Simon
4.
Adams there, a chance to break the throw. Even when he's disappointed, he looks quite happy, doesn't he? He's one of those characters. Well, he might not have something to smile about in a second if this double 2 goes from Marco. To the Madhouse.
No score.
I think mad
Simon,
would
you
be a good
require
word to describe
10.
Marco Cantele at the moment.
Yeah, 6 darts at a double to hold.
Six. Marco, you require 4.
But the scoring phase of this leg was brilliant. And then 11 darts missed between them so far. It only took Marco 12 darts to set up the finish.
Well, there was 7 scores of a ton or more between them in the opening leg. Back up there again.
Game shot on the first leg.
Gets
Marco
there in the
Cantele.
end. 8 darts in total. It'll double.
Second leg, it's Simon to
for
throw
Marco.
first. Game on.
So 40% of his darts in that leg was thrown at the
60.
doubles. From 32 down, it took him 40%. The other 461 points he did with the other. Crazy game darts, isn't it? It doesn't add up.
59.
We were having a conversation this morning about the percentage of, well, even the elite players still manage to miss more than they hit over the course of a season.
Yeah, he was mentioning how a 100 average is still 66%
140.
I think that's why the mental approach to this sport is imperative.
Well, there's that old argument, isn't there? Is the glass half full or is it half empty? In this case, is
42.
it quarter full or is it 3/4 empty?
Correct.
We do have different questions as well at this time of day as well. And when we look ahead to our fixtures this morning. Our first lap of fixtures, Tony Wood, Jeffrey de Graaf, but coming up next, Ben Robb and Steve West. We have that question around Steve West, and he's waiting for that operation. Yesterday, the opening game was the
140.
worst game for Steve West, and quite an important one for him there. And I did see it come up on our bet builder this morning as well.
Yeah, Steve won his opening game yesterday against Simon, but did only average
94.
76.65. Did it a couple of 180s in there. 33% on the doubles. A very familiar number.
Then never dropped below for the rest of the day. 88 was his lowest average over the next 4 matches.
140.
And because
Simon, you require
because of the
72.
problem with the hip, he doesn't get a lot of hockey time outside of playing. So there has been a feature with West at the Super Series that he tends to improve as he uses his time on the hockey
32.
almost in preparation.
Marco, you require 120.
Which for me just puts a bit of appeal on Ben Robb in that fixture. We'll see what happens in the next game, but for now it's 120 for Marco, who won't be able to take it now. A slip over to the fives means Simon Adams is going to get more opportunities at the double. Another
44.
handful, but he's missed 6
Simon, you
starts
require
already.
40.
The more you miss, the harder it becomes.
Game shot on the second leg. Simon
There's the
Adams.
hands.
And the doubling was the issue yesterday against Steve West in his opening game. He had
Third leg is
17
Marco
missed
to throw
starts of the
first.
double. It was
Game
2
on.
from 19. Incredibly, took out a 116 amongst that lot. Not that he looks it, but maybe he just suffers with
83.
a bit of early nerves. Takes him a while to settle, because once he did settle, he looked $1 million. Everybody yesterday was suffering with the jitters early on. He didn't. The highest average in the
55.
opening cycle of matches was 82. That was from table topping Ben Robb, who beat de Graaf 4-1. After that,
47.
averages certainly jumped.
We made an interesting point there about Simon Adams and the opening fixture and how he missed all those doubles, and add a bit more light onto that for you. Across Simon Adams' next 4 matches, he was 11 from 15,
28.
73.33% over fixtures 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah, that's remarkable. And of course, it was his debut game here. There is going to be some anxiety. You've got no familiarity with your surroundings or the procedures.
59.
But to only miss 4 darts at a double across 4 matches,
Yeah, that's world class.
what that just gives me the little question mark over,
87.
though, is the fact he missed 17 darts in his opening game. We've seen the same again here, where he's missing a lot of darts in the opening match. Is his routines based a lot around just plough loads of treble 20s and just throw for scores rather than using a bit of board mastery?
Yeah, and having a
100.
routine, a process that you would go through. I think we spoke on it yesterday. I would do literally as a warm-up game as well. I'd do you got to hit 2 doubles in 1 turn before you move on to the next double. And that just, for me, that just familiarizes myself with
48.
the board and gets my line, my length right, and gives me confidence on doubles.
It gives you a purpose throwing at the doubles as well, because what you'll see a lot in the practice room is people will throw a lot of the 20s, then they'll go, right, I'll throw a dart double 16, I'll throw a dart tops, I'll throw a dart this. And that is so different, because
100.
you're aimlessly throwing at a target rather than throwing at an idea of what you're trying to do. Like, say there with the 2 doubles, I've got a goal, I've got a focus, I know what the end goal is, that's what it looks like, and this is the time restriction I've got to do it, which replicates a game.
And helps you focus on those small
140.
adjustments, which gets
Marco, you
your throw
require
on point.
112.
All speculation, of course, with Simon, but may not find out if he's going to sort those doubles out. Well, we might actually, because Marco Cantale once again has lost the line here.
72.
Did the same on the 120.
Simon, you require
moment ago.
143.
But Simon's going to need a couple of trebles here to get a dart at the double. That first dart is normally the strongest one for Simon. It's a well-thrown one, just on the top wire. She'll offer Cantale
100. Marco, you
3
require
darts at the
40.
double, starting at tops.
Only 1 from 8 on doubles, Marco.
Game shot on
We
the
left it
third
late.
leg. Marco Cantale.
Ultimately finds the target.
You find when you've chased the dart around the double,
Fourth leg,
like
it's Simon to throw
Cantale
first.
has there, and you hit double 5,
Game
last one,
on.
it's more relief rather than get in there, have a bit of that.
Yeah, especially when your opponent's on 43, waiting to punish.
81. $99.
Just get the feeling here that Simon Adams is having the time of his life. He can't wipe the smile off his
140.
face. Been waiting 44 years, and you just get the impression he's going to be sat around with children, grandchildren, and telling dart by dart this whole experience of his time here in the UK.
99.
Yeah, let us know if you are watching from South Africa. You can get in touch with us direct into the commentary box. Edgar, we'll have the X, or formerly known as Twitter, app open. If you got any questions or
100.
comments, get in touch with us at MSS Darts, all one word, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. If you are watching via our YouTube channel, please subscribe. Only takes a second. Don't forget to hit that notification bell, and while you're there, just give us a quick
57.
thumbs up. Appreciate all of your support. Single 20.
140.
Make sure of that one.
I hope everyone's getting the same sort of vibe I am watching Simon Adams, because when you watch him, it's like a yawn. It's infectious, isn't it? Like, you just smile along with him, and you just tell
81.
he's
Simon, you
enjoying every
require
single
40.
moment.
Well, there's nothing like seeing any sportsman playing with freedom. Most recent one I can
Game shot on the
sort of
fourth
reflect
leg.
on was
Simon Adams.
Luca Purcell winning the snooker world championship, and he just played with absolute
Fifth
freedom
leg, it's
throughout
Marco
it,
to throw
and
first.
that was unsettling
Game
for his
on.
opponents.
There was a guy years ago during the COVID days, and it was at the World Championships, and that year everyone was just moaning all the time. Everything was wrong, no one was happy. There's a guy who turned up to the World Championships from Russia, I believe it was,
121.
Dmitry Gorbanov, and he came out and he was just so happy. He was so happy backstage, and he was just such a vibrant character on the day. And I'm just getting those same sort of vibes here from Simon Adams, that he's going to be that character when the World Championship comes round in
180.
just over a week's time.
And it's very similar to Leonard Gates, isn't it? When we first got to see Leonard and got to know him and watched him strutting his stuff in the World Seniors event.
100.
From a player that would be pretty much unknown to the casual fan. He's got himself a. I was at the World. I played him, of course, in the event
60.
in Yeovil, and he has got such a fan base now.
His big favourite tonight as well. He'll be playing in the WDF World Championships, taking on John Scott, who was an alternate, stepping in for Thibaut Tricol, who moves over to Alexandra Palace.
140.
He's been a revelation as Leonard Gates. It's like, a bit like Richie Howson at the Circus Tavern. They were literally turning up in their droves to support him.
Obviously very popular for his dancing as well, isn't he, Leonard Gates? And
83.
you not thought about going down
Marco,
that
you
road, Chris,
require
with a couple of dance
140.
moves?
No, not for me. That not my thing. I have a bit of rhythm to carry that one off.
Have you seen some of these dance moves that people have done? There's not much rhythm going on there, although for me, still, best one, you're not going to beat Kirk Shepherd.
60.
No. Was that with him just trying to stay on his feet and it was a mistake? It wasn't dancing. He was falling over the hockey. What was the one with Devon Peterson? Was he on one of them hoverboard things?
Yeah, nearly fell off it as well, didn't he? Yeah.
44. Marco, you require 80.
Devon Peterson, the flagship bearer of South African darts, where Simon Adams locates.
Yeah, he's done a huge amount in South Africa for the players there and creating opportunities.
40.
Never felt
Simon, you
confident
require
with any of those darts, even the
134.
big 20, just very loosely in and right on the wire. But can Simon Adams pull out a punishing finish? It's on. Best finish so far has been a 116. He's not going to top that on this occasion. Fine effort there from Simon Adams, but it's more
94.
opportunities here for Cantelli.
Marco, you require
Chance to put
40.
himself a leg away from winning this match.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Marco
We are only on
Cantelli.
day number 2 here at the Super Series, lap number 6. But how big of a fixture is this for Cantelli and Adams, who both only picked up
Sixth
2
leg.
wins
It's
yesterday,
Simon to
so
throw first.
4 points.
Game on.
There's a chance here that the loser could go 6 points detached from the top of the table here.
Yeah, I think the loser of this one is maybe restricted to just thinking about the possibility of a place in Group B.
140.
I just got a feeling one of maybe Rob or West can we go through the card today.
41.
That's tight.
I would have agreed with that. But Jeffrey de Graaf yesterday throwing in a big curveball at the back end of the day.
Yes.
Those last 3 performances, I'm really interested to see how he gets on. I think the first fixture could be quite telling. That is fixture number
26.
3 today when he takes on Tony Woods.
Yeah, I think this is an environment that will suit de Graaf. Multiple matches on each day. I think he can play himself into some serious
55.
form. I was very impressed with him yesterday. I'd say he went missing and never made that big step. 7, maybe 8 years ago in the BDO system, he was looking one of the most likely to make that transition and get success in the PDC, but
140.
never really happened.
95.
Nice cushion here for Simon Adams coming into the finishing part of the leg. Again, that first start, beautiful in the board there for Simon Adams.
$140.
Yeah, they're very neutral, aren't they? It gives him the ability to go under and over a dart. We've seen from that shot.
That means Cantelli no longer can leave a finish. He
60.
needed a minimum 140 there.
Simon, you require 55.
With Simon Adams, 55 points away from taking us all the way. In a match, he's averaging 12 points more than his opponent.
$15.
Right there lies the problem in this game for Simon Adams. He's had plenty of opportunities. He'll get more in this leg. But you feel in a last leg shootout, if it goes that far, only going to get a couple.
95. Simon, you require 40.
Tops for Adams.
Those kind of numbers he was opening match
Game shot on the
yesterday. He's
sixth
now
leg. Simon
3
Adams.
from 14. He was 2 from 19 yesterday. He's had one more dart at a double than
Seventh
Marco.
and final leg. It's Marco to throw
A
first.
big gap in the averages.
Game on.
Had one more score of between a ton and 139, but 3 more 140s. Only 180 in the match going to Simon.
When you look at that 140 column, 13 140s
95.
between them. You had the 180 in there as well. Just shows that the power scoring's not been the issue here. Simon Adams needs to keep hold of Marco Cantelli here, who's got the experience and will know that a treble a shot will be more than good enough, you'd feel.
140.
The 9th 140 for Adams. $27 darts between them at doubles.
Indecisive there from Marco. Did you see he was down, he was up, and now he's come back up
59.
again. You could see that indecision in the selection process of where to throw the darts. Maybe a little bit of panic starting to set in for Marco.
$74.
Marco was a
Check 84.
lively favourite for this contest. 8 to 13. Simon was 6 to 5. Looking too bad at the moment. Although, this could change the look of the leg.
140.
Finally in the balance, isn't it?
Well, we've almost seen an example of why it's key to leave a possible 6-starter when you're in the 300s.
180.
Wow, what a time. Never a bad time, but that was great timing.
Second max of the game there for Simon Adams. And a perfect last leg here. Had a 180 and a 140. Marco coming down in the right blocks. He's down on that sort of one treble a
40.
visit.
Simon, you require 97.
180 weighing heavy. This for Simon Adams is for the match. Tops for an 11 dart leg.
Game shot and the match.
Timing
Simon
is everything.
Adams.
Timing is key, and Simon Adams shows us once again he's got timing, he's got quality, and he is far better than that seasonal average that we've seen over in South Africa. He is raising his game here in the UK, a 93.27, a couple of maximums. We've mentioned it before, we'll mention it again. Ricky Evans, be warned, Simon Adams is here in the UK to play. Coming up next, Ben Robb takes on Steve West.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw another impressive performance from Simon Adams, average of just over 93 in getting the better Marco Cantler in the last leg to start, hitting an 11 in the final leg. So then, we now have the player at the top of the table overnight, Ben Robb, in action. His first game of the day is up against Steve West, who accumulated 3 wins from 5 on day 1. What are we going to get from simply Steve West? Well, we are about to find out. Here's Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar.
Well, yesterday it was a win for Ben Robb. 4-2, averaged 90. Very good on the finishing, 4 out of 6. Steve West, despite him 4 180s and a 177 and an average of 91.55, beaten 4-2.
First leg, it's Ben to throw first.
Right that here
Game
today
on.
and join Ben Robb on 8 points, and then he can make a real push to make sure he's on top of the table when we resume tomorrow
91.
morning.
Ben Robb getting ready to play in his 4th PDC World Championship.
59.
Yet to pick up a victory there. Steve West managing to reach the last 16 of what is statistically the best ever
40.
PDC World Championship, the 2018 version. He beat Benito van der Pas 3-1 in the opening game. Jermaine Watamena
96.
4-1 in the second round before losing up 4-2 to Gary Anderson. That the year Rob Cross went on to beat Phil Taylor in his last game at the
85.
Alexandra Palace.
Yeah, it was a fabulous World Championships that year.
46.
Average of 94.5 for the entire tournament. Statistically, the best ever World Championship. And when you look at Rob Cross winning
that's
that,
phenomenal.
107
41.
average in the final on your debut.
Yeah. And it wasn't a bad version of Taylor either in that final. He was averaging well over the ton
100.
himself.
I've never seen anyone average 102 and look so out of a match and dominated as Phil Taylor did in that one.
It was the
78.
finishing of Cross that year and the timing.
140. 134. Steve, you require 60.
For an early break. We'll need a breaker throw to win the match.
Game shot on the first leg. Steve West.
That will please him immensely. Looks all business today.
Second leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Well, Steve West is experienced campaigner and he'll know, first of all, the dangers of
58.
Ben Robb, but he knows now the dangers and the possibilities here at the Super Series. And if he was to take a double defeat here to Ben Robb, he'd lose 4 points in terms of the
134.
current live league table, but he'd also lose points to what he will know will be his closest rival.
140.
Yeah, he'll be 4 points adrift of Ben Robb at the top of the table if Ben does win this match.
140.
But the 134 for a 140 with a 140, forcing Steve West to find the
133.
719s to leave 170.
$140. Steve, you require 170.
Each of his 3 visits here, Rob. Oh, he wants the ball.
139.
Well, he's hit 2
Then you
trebles.
require 87.
2 big trebles every visit. That's why he's on 87 after 9. Oh, that's beautiful.
69. Steve, you
Convert
require
the
31.
opportunity into a leg.
Game shot on the
There's that
second
double six we
leg.
spoke a
Steve
bit about
West.
yesterday, saying how it's such a well-placed double Steve West will be enjoying it so much more right now. 2-0
Third
up
leg,
against
it's
Ben
Ben
Robb.
to throw first.
Confirms that breaker
Game
throw.
on.
I just want to go back to that 170 attempt from Steve West because it gave me nightmares. It gave me sweats. It gave me
60.
horrible memories. I'm going to go back to the UK Open. I think it was a 2018 version. Played Steve West in round 5.
140.
And I lost that game 10-7. The deciding factor, 2 170 finishes from Steve
Wow.
West.
45.
Talking of 170,
83.
have you ever hit one, Matt, in a game?
I don't like to talk about it too often, but I've hit a few, and there was one once
140.
It was in the summer series against one of the best 5 players that's ever lived, and it was for the match. It was against Gary Anderson.
Right.
83.
Something you've never really mentioned.
$60.
The bit I often leave out of that story is 2 days previous, I missed 3 darts at double 16 to beat him.
117.
So I was gunning for it that day. So yeah, it's any chance I get.
97. Steve, you
Well,
require
taking
78.
a 170 out to win a game is big at any time, but as you say, against one of the best to ever do it.
Game shot on the third
And this
leg.
is lovely
Steve
from
West.
Steve West, averaging 95-94. The finishing 3 from 5, 60%.
Fourth leg. It's Steve to throw first. Game
He's
on.
changed his tactic yesterday against Rob. 4 180s and a 177. Loses the match 4-2. Not hit a max so far in this one.
48.
Yet it's 3-0 up.
Well, we say there about Gary Anderson being one of the best 5 of all time. Steve West is someone you probably got to put in the conversation of who are the best 5 players
57.
without a tour card right now. Do we ever go?
59.
Luke Littler, Pilgrim,
Well, Littler's got one, hasn't he?
from next year.
Oh, yeah. Well, the completion of Q School, I believe the actual
108.
rules are. That's our first max of the match. Harold Pilgrim's got to be in the conversation.
44.
Put Gates in that conversation.
I think you've got 2.
Bartons.
Yeah, another one. I thought he was fantastic last night.
140.
How about last week's winner, Cam Crabtree?
One hundred.
Oh, hello. The ultimate 350 and 6 is on. Ball.
75. Steve, you require 170.
Oh, just lost the line.
54. Ben, you require 49.
Couple of darts here for Ben Robb to
Game
get his
shot on the
first leg on
fourth
the board
leg,
of the
Ben
day and
Robb.
keep hold of Steve West. And that one was done against the throw. So
Fifth leg,
now
it's
he's
Ben
got
to throw
the-
first.
What looks
Game
like
on.
on the legs column, quite a difficult task of turning this round, but there's only one break now needed.
125. 58. 140.
Well, this is warming up pretty quick. Ben Robb average racing towards the 100 mark all of a sudden.
93.
He's found another gear from somewhere, hasn't he?
The sign of a quality player, though, isn't it? Being able to switch it on and motor through those levels.
Yeah.
59.
I think Ben Robb showing us there on the back of his shirt that he likes playing noughts and crosses.
140.
cross with this,
40.
because that's opened the door for Westy. Squeak a treble he
100.
can.
Ben, you require
A
137.
nod there from Steve, acknowledging that fabulous final dart. Shots on, tops, tops. Wow. Flyer.
65. Steve, you require 110.
Westy would be saying to himself is give myself a dart, and he's going to get one at tops.
Game
Pins
shot
it
and the match. Steve
for a
West.
4-1 win against Ben Robb, who got the better of him yesterday 4-2, but that was some performance and some game from both players. 4 out of 6 on the checkout, 66.67%, winning it with that ton plus out of 110. You can see both players finding 180 apiece. So the final game of our first cycle of matches is up next as Tony Wood takes on Jeffrey de Graaf.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we now have Tony Wood in action, the man with a scorpion on the front of his shirt. He's hoping there is a wind of change here. But we know with Tony Wood, there's a performance always somewhere as far as he's concerned. He takes on Jeffrey de Graaf in our third game of the morning session, who looks more dressed like a lobster. Right, let's get into this one with Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason. What sort of aquatic animal would you acquaint yourselves as?
Well, I'm glad he listened to our production team in not thinking that was a lobster on the front of Tony Wood's shirt. It is definitely a scorpion, especially with the nickname The Pincher. But you got an animal you would equate yourself to?
A cat.
That's not what I expected in that, sir.
I just love cats.
There's a conversation I didn't think I'd be having this morning. But the conversation I thought we'd be having, though, would be around Jeffrey de
First
Graaf
leg,
and
it's
what we're
Tony
going to
to throw
expect
first.
from him today.
Game on.
He ended yesterday extremely well. Averages of 92, 86, and then a 96 in his last game. Really did recover from that slow start where it was back-to-back 79 averages for Jeffrey de Graaf.
121.
As I pause there for Tony Wood, and man who's recently hit a 9-darter.
You're not allergic to cats or anything, are you, mate?
No.
Oh, that's good. Because the big white cat may make an appearance Monday.
96.
I'm still baffled by cat.
140.
What would you be if you could be a...
I'd be a giraffe.
60.
It's more random than a cat.
I just like the thought of having my head all the way up there and being able to look around a bit better.
Okay.
$100.
Suppose they don't really have any predators, do they? Giraffes?
Certainly not in Portsmouth, anyway. That'd be it'd be more than safe being a giraffe in Portsmouth.
I don't think we'll
51.
see one
Tony
walking
require
down the high street.
140.
A good opening leg here from Tony Wood, who, when you look at
100.
the levels yesterday, you would have feared a little bit for today in this group.
We had this conversation this morning. The one player that we really felt had to get a bit of a big start to the day was Tony Wood, or he could have found himself sort of being separated from the rest of the field, and a great start from him. Has to get the job done.
Game shot of the first leg,
hold.
Tony Wood.
Do you buy into the
Second leg,
new
it's Jeffrey to
shoes
throw
philosophy
first.
where
Game on.
you get a haircut or you get a new pair of shoes on and all of a sudden you start to feel good about yourself? Because if you believe in that, you surely believe here that this shirt that Tony Wood's wearing, because it's so bright and loud that it almost makes you feel brash.
Well, you've got to have something about you to
60.
have that as a playing shirt. Throw
100.
too much really that can break down with it. This one, there's a lot of fingers on that dart, and there's a little break of the wrist. Pretty
100.
much always thrown like this, Tony.
The biggest concern for me with the Tony Wood throw is at that deep position where it comes closer to the body at the back of the drawback. He just pushes the point slightly down, which will cause
95.
the shoulder to have to lift.
Yeah, and that's why the wrist breaks, isn't it?
Just watch the dart here. As it comes to that deep set position, you'll see the point just go down to the floor. That's just why he needs that little bit of lift. And like you say, then the thumb's coming through on
60.
the dart.
Yeah, the only way I try to explain it is if you were throwing a knife, trying to rotate it. What you're trying to do is create some acceleration, but the problem with that is it's replicating it. And lots of success late on in his career.
59.
Playing
Jeffrey,
the
you require 85.
very early days of the PDC. Many a trip away with Tony back in the day.
53.
Top fella he is. Great company. To just apply a bit of pressure over to the 18s.
100. Jeffrey, you
Felt like
require
he could
32.
Get a line into the 60. Been a good response after a disappointing opening leg.
Game shot on the second leg, Jeffrey de Graaf.
Doubles was a real strength yesterday for Jeffrey de Graaf. He
Third
threw
leg, it's
35
Tony to
darts
throw
at the
first.
double.
Game
getting
on.
15 successful hits. Approximately a 43% there on the doubles.
And then anything 40% and above is seriously impressive,
83.
especially over a big sample.
And when we take the biggest sample of them all, and we look at the worldly stats over the last 12 months,
100.
there's only one player in the entire world that has beat a 43% seasonal average on the doubles. Do you know who that player is?
Gerwin Price.
100.
Oh, I thought you was going to go with James Wade. I thought that's the most common guess, which is actually second place, 43.69%. But the best double hitter in the world, statistically, is Ryan Joyce.
100.
Wow. Does shock me.
Gerwin Price in 7th position with 41.89%.
So even the very best players in world darts still miss
60.
more darts at a double than they hit.
Yeah, it's just managing disappointment, this game, isn't it? All the time.
Yep. Expectations.
131.
Little surprises in the top 5 for the best double hitters are Ricardo Petretsko in 5th position and Jim Williams in 4th.
Yeah, Jim
94.
Williams has had a fabulous
Jeffrey, you require 170.
second half of the year. Been playing some incredible darts. Some of the averages he's been posting.
95. Tony, you require 164.
Him, of course, one of the players trying to juggle playing and running his own business.
84.
But I think for
Jeffrey, you
him,
require 75.
it works because it takes the pressure off. Opts for a break of throw and a 2-1 lead.
55. Tony, you require 80.
Absolutely. Sometimes you need something as well as the darts.
Yeah, just a distraction sometimes. It didn't really work for Darren Webster, did it? When he went full-time pro.
60.
He was a surprise
Jeffrey, you
winner at
require
the qualifiers,
20.
wasn't he? That came from absolutely nowhere.
At £15,000 in 2 years and then got 50% of it from qualifying for the World Championships.
Game shot on the third
And where
leg,
that
Jeffrey de Graaf.
will be heading to very soon, and he'll be hoping to head there with some success here at the Super Series under his belt. He'll be wanting
Fourth
to be in
leg, it's
Saturday
Jeffrey
night,
to throw first.
getting used to that
Game
feeling
on.
of the knockout darts with the big jumps in prize money.
Yep. It's just great preparation for the players, just getting an opportunity to play under the lights, that ultimately
42.
the competitive environment. Nice way to fine-tune things.
And so some people, going back to that conversation we was having, like, look how long it took Johnny Clayton to decide to stop working because he just enjoyed that sort of distraction. Remember Wayne Mardle, when he stopped working, just sort of fell off the cliff,
100.
didn't he, in
Yep.
terms of his performance? And it happens a lot. And I'm someone who did that as well, and I hated it, and I didn't do it for long because you go from looking
60.
forward to playing darts and having that as something fun to you get up in the morning and you go, oh, I've got to play darts.
Yeah. Glenn Durham was another one that just couldn't
140.
find that mindset or mental approach of, because he had that job for years and years and years, didn't he?
45.
I think over 20 years he was that job.
I'll give you a better example. Someone who was so driven and passionate to become a professional dart player, and the second it happened, it changed everything for them, and they're no longer around anymore.
60.
Scott Rand.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. You have that great run in the Players' Championship.
The Players, the Worlds, and he was so
77.
driven about being a professional. Got the sponsorship after that run at the Players' Championship, reached the semi-finals, mismatched darts to get to the final the year Kevin Painter won the title. Then achieved what he wanted to achieve. He became a professional player and
97.
lasted no longer than a year.
Bizarre. I always had a
96.
small business to occupy
Tony
my
require
downtime when
104.
I was a professional.
Game shot on the fourth
Beautiful
flag.
finish
Tony
there from
Wood.
Tony Wood, 104.
Yeah, that was a break back, Matt, and an important break back because it just started to
Fifth
feel
flag.
that
It's Tony to throw
Jeffrey
first.
was starting to
Game on.
take control of the match.
That's his best finish of the week as well. He didn't hit a ton plus finish yesterday, so timing to perfection there for Tony Wood. And I suppose to put a bit more light on what we're talking about, it just shows how darts has changed over time as
100.
well. When we look at the things like the Super Series coming into the fray now, I remember many years ago, and I mean many years ago, I think it was when you was making your return to the match play.
100.
You did an interview outside the Winter Gardens, and you says, for dart players, it's just an ego thing. You said, we spend all this money travelling around the world, so one of us wins £50,000.
Yeah, yeah, and back then there wasn't. Obviously, there was the elites and the old guard like
140.
Lowy and Eric and Cliff and Bob, and then obviously Phil, Dennis. I mean, Alan Warner was #1 in the world in both codes and
46.
held down a full-time job throughout his whole career.
Now
Because there was you play the match play and then the next thing would have been the Grand Prix. So unless you were out doing a lot of exhibitions, you had to find something to fill that time. You of course would still practice, but things now with midweek pro tours and of course the
57.
value of these pro tours are. I
Tony
want
require
back-to-back PDC events and
121.
the total prize money combined was only 3,500.
these players this week playing for a £5,000 prize fund and the opportunity to qualify for Champions Week where £20,000 will be on the
42.
line. And that's not just once a year. This is 3 times a year you get the opportunity to essentially, if you win a series, earn the same money as reaching round 3 of
140.
the World Championships
Tony
nowadays.
requires
But
79.
if I'd have won Champions Week, that would have doubled my highest ever cash. 10,000 was the World Semi-Finals, was the most prize money I'd won.
Game shot on the fifth
another
flag.
beautiful
Tony
finish.
Wood.
Yeah, what did they get on the Euro Tours now? It's 32,000, isn't it? For the winner.
Sixth flag. It's Jeffrey to throw first.
The
Game on.
changing face of that. I still think darts is in its infancy. When we look at the territories that are available and the territories
81.
that have been conquered, shall we say, at the moment, they're very small in terms of where this game is going to go. I think those prize funds are, and the opportunities for players are just going to keep continuing to grow.
Well, if we break the American market,
100.
money could double potentially.
$100.
You think a third of the tickets in the world are purchased by Europeans, mainly Germans.
$140.
I think Tony Wood with this performance is squashing any fears anyone may have had about his
100.
capabilities in this group, and I think he's probably doing a bit of a favour here as well for Steve West and Ben Robb, who would have been looking over their shoulders and been a bit worried about Jeffrey de Graaf because he does have that pedigree, the runner-up in the World Trophy on the BDO side. And I think it was that moment that probably made us all
78.
take note of Jeffrey de Graaf and Gert de Vos, another one who came around the same sort of time, who we thought these two could be the next big things to break out of this code.
100.
Yeah, there was a few of them around at that time. That Dutch conveyor belt of players. Another one, wasn't there? The Coat.
100.
Worst nickname ever.
Jeffrey, you require
Absolutely.
120.
That was the poorest impression of Roger Federer I've ever seen in my life.
100.
Jan Dekker.
Tony, you require
That was
83.
correct. And, well, Jeffrey de Graaf might have to get his coat in a minute because Tony Wood is 83 points away from picking up the victory.
Already had a ball finish. Single 16 will give him another dart of that ball. This time, though, for the match.
35. Jeffrey, you require 20.
Put the coat down, Jeffrey. Level 10, a level game.
Game shot on the 6th leg. Jeffrey de
For
Graaf.
the second time today, we go all the way. There's something we didn't get too many yesterday. We didn't get many games go the distance, which tells me
Seventh and
there's
final
been
leg.
a lot
It's
of breaks
Tony to
of
throw
throw
first.
across the day.
Yep.
Game on.
Is massive for both players for differing reasons. Jeffrey, it will continue his
60.
campaign at the right end of the table, and it will sort of stop the rot for Tony, won't it? Give him a chance to build some momentum.
But it'll also just give Tony Wood that little bit of hope.
134.
If he is to lose this game, he'll stay bottom of the table after 6 laps of fixtures, only on 2 points. You're not going to turn that one around and qualify through a Group A.
No. His flight's
60.
allowed.
A lot of people adopt the loudness now, don't we? We've Peter Wright, Stowe Bunce recently at the Grand Slam.
59.
Yeah, he was another revelation, wasn't he? Super impressed with him.
Jeffrey de Graaf goes for a more conventional. Look, it's not even a dart shirt. Some people just don't like dart shirts. Alan Tabban, another one of those that just prefer a polo, feel comfortable
26.
with it, rather than a specific shirt. He's got himself a bit of a gap here in the scoreboard, despite throwing 3 darts less than Tony, and he's just compounding that in.
140.
May have wanted to switch to the 18s there to guarantee leaving a finish.
Although Tony can't do anything from 355. Would have forced him into going for a 170 out.
123.
I suppose he never would have gone for the 170, would he? So you can see the thinking.
Sometimes
60.
it's easy to overcomplicate the game, and I see so many matches lost where you start to use the board unnecessarily. Your main target area is the treble 20. I think if you're going to hit anything, you're more likely to
81.
hit a treble 20 than any
Jeffrey
other
require
treble.
108.
So he has got a ton plus finish already this week, Jeffrey de Graaf. That was the 142. He will not add to it on this occasion,
41.
giving an outside
Tony require
opportunity here for Tony
151.
Wood, who's going to have to be perfect in these 3 perfect darts. That's 1. Can't find the second one, but de Graaf, plenty of work to be done here on
137.
67.
Jeffrey
A lot of this
requires
lies on that
67.
first dart. And he give himself 1 dart at the double 16.
51. Tony, you require
This is one
14.
that's got away. Tony opting to go at a treble 20 to leave double 7, interestingly.
De Graaf puts the darts down. Oh, he picks them back up. He thinks he's got hope.
10. Jeffrey requires
He has.
16.
He's got 3 in hand to take the spoils and take the points. Double 4, other side of the board. Big adjustment. Use that.
8. Tony, you require
In a leg
4.
that he dominated the scoring phase. We were surprised Tony had opportunities. He missed his opportunity. He comes back for a second go.
Shot. And the
And he
match,
doesn't need
Tony
another
Wood.
opportunity. You can see the disappointment for Jeffrey de Graaf. He had his opportunities. He wasn't able to cash them in. And Tony Wood, with an improved performance there, an 86.53 average, improved from his yesterday's 81.67, showing that he is not here just to prop up the rest of the table. 2 more points on the board for Tony Wood as we go to our second laps of fixtures, starting with Steve West taking on Marco Cantelli.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, we saw Tony Wood get the better of Jeffrey de Graaf in a last leg decider by 4 legs to 3. And so the first round of fixtures has been completed. And as you can see, the table has congealed very nicely. Steve West and Ben Wobb now co-leaders with Jeffrey de Graaf just a little bit further back alongside Simon Adams there. So fairly uniform, the league table now after 6 rounds of matches. Round 7 is going to begin with the battle between Marco Cantelli and Steve West, 2 players that have been on the Pro Tour for a number of years. They actually had 2 meetings on the Pro Circuit, and Steve West won both of them and won the battle between the pair yesterday. What's going to happen in this renewal? Let's find out in the company of Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Henry. And there's been a bit of interest in Steve West in this one. He has been backed on the back of his performance against Ben Robb. Steve won this tie. Yeah. 101.42 average yesterday. Another match where he hit
First leg, it's
4
Steve to throw
maximums
first.
and a
Game on.
171. Won it 4-3. I don't know how Marco managed to get 4 legs when you look at the averages like that, because he only averaged 85.
43.
So plenty of evidence to support the reason else that market move. He opened up at 4-7 on the exchanges this morning. He's gone off in this match 2-5 favourite. So quite a sizable move here on Steve West. And when we look at the opening lap
60.
of fixtures, Marco Cantelé, 79 average, lost 4-3 to Simon Adams. Steve West with a 93. So big 14 points
94.
difference. But when you look at those averages, the story is that is pretty much 2 visits difference, which means Steve West is 6 darts better in the opening game.
140.
That doesn't mean anything in this game. It's not top trumps. Just an indicator and a guide into that form line. And
180.
you did say at the start of the day that you felt the winner of the Ben Robb Steve West game could go through the card. If that is to be the case, it's going to be Steve West.
Yeah, and I think he'll be buoyed by
81.
that performance against Ben Robb. More so getting the victory. Just righting the wrongs from yesterday. He's a confidence player,
92.
and once he gets on a bit of a roll, type of player that can demolish the field.
$60. Steve, you require 92.
Just like a double-double,
74.
doesn't he, Steve
does.
West?
Marco, you require 160. $44. Steve, you require 18.
Doesn't need a double-double on this occasion. Just needs the double 9.
Game shot on the first
Double 9
leg.
found,
Steve
and
West.
Steve West kicks off the opening leg. We know he's got this level in him that can compete
Second
with the
leg,
very,
it's
very
Marco
best.
to
My
throw
mind goes
first.
back to that World Grand
Game on.
Prix when he knocked out Phil Taylor.
And he's also had a big win on TV against Michael van Gerwen, hasn't he?
$100.
Played in 10 World Championships as we're in World Championship season, and it's a fine split for
125.
Steve West. 5 in the BDO, 5 in the PDC. Did find a bit more success in the PDC with a couple of wins there. Didn't actually pick up a victory at Lakeside in his 5
60.
attempts. Those attempts date in 2008 till 2012.
140.
With a 5-year gap in World Championship action before returning in 2017 at Alexandra Palace, losing out to Mervyn King 3-2 in the opening round.
I think
60.
he had the hip replacement back in 2013, so that would
60.
See, Steve West for me had what I think is the worst position to ever play in the World Championships. In 2021, played on the opening night and lost to Peter Wright. Now, for me, that's the worst place to play because you play your match, you win.
180.
You've got no time to celebrate that win or enjoy your World Championship win. You've then got to play the World Champion on the opening night. You're out on the opening night despite being in round 2, and then it feels like you was never there.
121. Marco, you require 101.
biggest fear always at the World was not being out before Christmas Day. That's the worst possible Christmas you can have.
41. Steve, you require
Gotta sit
55.
and watch everybody else.
Game shot on the
Steve West
second
with a
leg.
14
Steve West.
darter. Far more clinical on the double there. Averaging 97 and making it look very, very comfortable
Third leg,
indeed.
it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Well, this year,
123.
the players that have got that potential horrible draw are Kevin Dotes and Stowe Bunce. The winner of that will play Michael Smith in the final fixture.
180.
Horrible being eliminated before it's really got going, despite winning a match.
100.
It's hard for the players having to play 2 big matches in one evening.
$85.
See, I'm one of those people that when I win a game at something like Alexander
58.
Palace, I want to do a couple of victory laps. I want to soak it in and enjoy it. Steve West didn't get that luxury when he won his opening game. He was up against Peter Wright. I believe that's the year that Peter Wright came on dressed like the Grinch.
55.
Yeah, with the gloves and everything, wasn't it?
It was the year where they had a couple of tables, like a
Yeah,
bingo hall.
yeah, it was
45.
separated. It was quite bizarre. And then, of course, that was the last night people were allowed in. Yeah, the worst one I can remember in terms of timing, I played very late. For example,
81.
on a Tuesday or Wednesday night. By the time I'd finished doing all the media stuff and got back to the hotel, it was 1 a.m. Of course, me being me, I wasn't going to bed, was I?
Marco,
And then I
you
was
require
first on
100.
the next day against John Part, who'd had 5 days off.
And he hit
Game
Steve
shot on
West
the
with his
third
favourite
leg,
double he
Marco
can.
Cantele.
Steve West, it's a tops hit against him. He's been hitting everyone with tops. Had one retaliated though. Nice
Fourth
100
leg,
finish
it's
from
Marco
Marco
to throw
Cantele. His
first.
second
Game on.
trumpless finish of the week so far. Disappointment there for Steve West. I remember watching that game so fondly with Steve West and Peter Wright because I was looking at it and I was
41.
watching the crowd, and I was due to play a few days after, and there was debates on whether they're going to keep the crowd or let it go, and I was thinking I actually want it to let it go because it didn't look like a
77.
environment you wanted to play in.
No, the only positive thing was the way they had that runway with the trophy on it, and that looked remarkable. But yeah, it wasn't the same. We were
100.
actually broadcasting from the fans' village, and then the Sky had their own separate area. It was all very strange.
140.
Did really like that runway down the middle. Thought it looked really, really
It
good.
looked amazing. Looked amazing. The way they lit everything up, it was incredible.
Same year that capped off one of the best
100.
walk-ons ever. You Raise Me Up. Something that's doing the rounds on social media. We are talking all things darts here today. Please do let us know your
41.
favourite World Championship moments at MSS Darts. We are on Facebook, Instagram, X.
You have a favourite game at World Championships?
Yeah, it was Matthew Edgar versus Mike Kivenhoven.
45.
First round. It was 3-0 to Edgar. My favourite game ever, that was.
171.
One of those yesterday, and a 177. Showing his flexibility. Not physically, obviously. Not with that hip.
59. Steve, you require 72.
This is a polished performance here from Steve West.
60.
A rarely missed
Marco, you
double
require
six.
156.
Oh, this would hurt.
He's got in the locker. He took out that 150 in the last game yesterday. It's the same equation. 2 trebles. Would have been a dart at the double. He's just hit the flight on the way in.
121.
That's always
Steve, you
frustrating when you
require
then find
12.
the open part of the bed with the next one, and it was just a dart too late.
Game shot on the
That was
fourth
a really
leg.
good
Steve
dart there
West.
for Steve West. You could see how the first dart sort of kicked over to the left, which meant he had to change the angle, which is why the angle of entry
Fifth
on
leg,
dart
it's
number
Steve
2
to
was
throw
so
first.
upright.
Game
A
on.
completely different technique applied there by Steve West and applied to perfection, who's continuing to play around that
60.
93 average, just like he did in match number 1.
$100. $58.
Locatelli, he could book himself a place at Alexandra Palace, and it's a legend of the sport.
81.
He beats Radak Sagansky in match number 1. Game number 2, he will take on a 5-time world champion in Raymond van Barneveld.
180.
Fourth in the match. 2 apiece now in the 180 column. Yeah, what an opportunity that is for Cantelli at the Worlds.
140.
Well, in his section of the draw, he's got some fantastic opportunities. He's got Barneveld in there, Peter Wright, Gerwin Price, Gary Anderson.
Yeah, that section is horrendous.
59.
There's me saying fantastic opportunities. They're great for being able to play those legends of the game. I mean, how much would people pay for the opportunity to play someone like Barneveld on the Alexandra Palace stage?
81.
And if he gets to that point,
Steve,
he'll
you
be getting
require
paid £15,000 to do it.
Another one of those.
104. Marco, you require 99.
That's a new one on me.
Tops.
Well, you know a man
44.
loves tops when it's double 12 on
Steve,
64
you
to leave
require
tops.
40.
That's belief, isn't it? So much confidence in his ability. And he does love double 12.
Game shot.
Almost
and
as
the
much as he loves
Steve
tops.
West.
And that was a very, very tidy performance and replicating what we've seen from him, not just today, but yesterday as well. Comfortable 4-1 winner, 93.53 the average. Couple of 180s in there, a 171, 4 out of 9 on the doubles. As Matt said, a very polished performance. When we come back, Simon Adams will be taking on Jeffrey de Graaf.
Hi there, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, another impressive performance from Steve West. 2 games played, 2 4-1 victories, an average of 93.5, 4 out of 9 on the doubles to get the better of Marco Cantelli. Next up for us, Simon Adams in action up against Jeffrey de Graaf. One player on the right side, one player on the wrong side of a 4-3 score in their first round. Let's see what this one's going to provide with Matt and Chris.
Thank you, Henry. Yes, chance here for de Graaf to try and bounce back after a, well, disappointing defeat to Tony Wood, where he had opportunities to win the match, of course. Simon started again, continues to impress. 3.27 is average in beating Cantelli 4-3. We saw yesterday, Matt.
First leg, it's
He
Simon
makes
to throw
improvements
first.
over the course of the day.
Game on.
So if that trend continues, de Graaf could be in a spot of bother here.
Value play potentially at even money?
Yeah, absolutely. Not seen anything to dispel anybody from being attracted to that price.
81.
My only concern for Simon Adams is the potential of a Callan Rids, because he doesn't bring any spares out with him. He's clearly playing with the same setup and flights that he used yesterday,
55.
which we already alluded to being a little bit beaten up.
A bit shot worn.
And if he was to get any irreparable damage, such as a point or maybe even completely split in one of these flights,
108.
would he be able to do the necessary repairs, meaning he may have to do what Rids did and play with 2 darts?
Yeah, as you just seen from that shot,
100.
the only spares on the table belong to Jeffrey. Jeffrey uses a bit of either chalk or it's almost like a tack resin type powder that just gives you an extra bit of grip.
55.
Takes the moisture out the hands as well,
That's
doesn't
it.
it? So
I use it. I think it's called Mighty Grip.
$59. $43.
Graff yet to get going in this one. Just settling in the opening exchanges.
You need to get out of the blocks. It's a
134.
short racer, a race to 4.
Simon, you require 142.
Soon be out of the game before you're even in it.
$78.
Great recovery dart.
Jeffrey, you require 153.
Let's keep an eye on the exchanges and those in plays. And
104.
Simon Adams is drifting
Simon,
out
you
despite
require
the fact here he's
64.
5-4 now. So backers keeping the faith with de Graaf. It could be first blow here for Simon Adams. He wants tops. Very good on his doubles in match 2, 3, 4 and 5 yesterday.
24.
Only missing 4
Jeffrey,
darts
you
at a
require
double.
49.
That was yesterday. If we are talking about yesterday, Jeffrey de Graaf was the man on the doubles.
Game
man
shot on
here,
the
a
first
breaker throw.
leg. Jeffrey de Graaf.
I remember something you said last time we worked together, Chris. You said even when you feel they're wrong,
Second
they
leg,
always
it's
turn
Jeffrey
out
to
to
throw
be
first.
Yeah, well,
Game on.
more often than not, they do. They do get it wrong. And it works out in their favour.
right.
66.
De Graaf has gone big favourite now in this one. Simon Adams drifting out to 3-1. Seen plenty of good signs from Simon Adams across the day. And yesterday, my mind
45.
instantly goes back to what I think was a defining moment for Simon Adams. That was the last leg of his first match today, where he went out in 11 darts in a last leg shootout against the throw.
84.
Yeah, that just indicates that there's plenty of grit. Not scared of getting over the line.
140. 100.
65 points adrift of the de Graaf throw, but he on it early, and he's very much a first dart merchant. Needs
85.
to find his range early to capitalise. Darts are very interesting, aren't they? Connor Scott uses a
60.
similar dart, doesn't he? As did Whitlock back in the day.
Well, these are actually Whitlock darts that Simon Anderson is using.
Simon at the moment using a
180.
much more traditional type dart.
That's just to make the noise, isn't it?
Yeah.
To make Simon Adams
Simon, you
think
require
to
51.
retaliate the 180.
Game shot on his second leg.
Superb.
Simon Adams.
15 dart breaker throw.
We're back to where Simon
leg,
Adams
it's
should
Simon
be
to throw
favourite to win the
first.
match now. Advantage
Game
back
on.
in his corner with the throw back in favour.
Drifted to 3-1, I think you said, Matt, didn't you?
At the start of the leg after the break, yeah, 3-1. Still trading around even money.
85.
They're not... The bookies aren't giving the credit, I feel, to Simon Adams that we feel he's now deserving.
Well, they're basing it on his stats coming into it,
85.
not what we've seen him produce so far.
And coming into it, we did have our fears for Simon Adams. We weren't sure what to expect. The seasonal average of 73.03.
Well, we both felt that leaves him extremely vulnerable, doesn't it?
59.
But he's found another level. He is being inspired.
96.
Well, that would have meant that he was in that block of 18 to 21 darts, which we would imagine would put him 3 darts behind pretty much all the players in this group.
95.
But he's not just found those 3 darts, he's found a bit more on top. And we see this a lot where people come to the Super Series with a low seasonal average, and when they
94.
come here, they actually play better. A lot of that comes down to preparation, because here you get the opportunity to prepare perfectly. You don't know what preparation's like in the tournaments he's playing at, how many practice boards they've got between games, what the opportunity is to make sure that that peak performance can be reached.
Well, yesterday
30.
his average was around 16 dart legs, wasn't it?
I went to a tournament recently that had 600 plus players in it, and there was 2 practice boards.
Yeah, that's
140.
Which had about 10 people on. I thought there's no point in doing that. You got to the game, because there were so many people playing, by the time you got to the match, you had about 9 darts and were like, right, should we get on with it? And you was almost using leg 1 and 2 to sort of practice.
Yeah, practice, yeah. Remember the last time I went to the Scottish Open, it was
55.
exactly the same. I think there was
Jeffrey,
one
you
practice
require
board.
86.
And my opponent, who I was due to play, didn't turn up. So I went to the board anyway, because you're given that allocated time slot to play.
54.
And I was practicing on it, and they wouldn't let me. They threatened to throw me out the tournament. I said, but you can't put another game on because it's not scheduled to go on to such and such a time. I've effectively paid my entry for this slot. Wouldn't have it. Single 17, just to put some pressure and ask the question of De Graaf.
137. Jeffrey, you require 32.
De Graaf has had the answers when it comes to the outer ring and continues to do so.
Jeffrey De Graaf.
Another breaker throw, all three legs going against the throw, which
Fourth leg, it's Jeffrey to
is
throw
more
first.
unusual
Game on.
when you've got two players that are playing very evenly matched levels.
I think he's found the
56.
smoke machine hole.
And he still smiles about it. I reckon he could have fell down there, he could have one leg trapped. We'd have had to have found a way to
Extract him.
And he'd still just stay there smiling like.
97.
Yeah, put a bit of a dent in that.
The thing is, I sit and I watch this, and I know the first person to go full on and get a leg
125.
stuck in, it's going to be me.
Now, Simon is in a what a bother. First time really in the match.
41. 55. 45.
Just starting to miss those trebles now.
Yeah, just starting to unravel a little bit here.
And it's not by much, which is frustrating for Simon, I can
61.
imagine, because they're literally just on the wire. But the distance between a maximum and 3 is very small margins. Surprised himself.
Yeah, raising the eyebrows to say, oh, there you are.
140.
De Graaf's turn just to feel the
60.
pressure.
I feel like we're in a real key exchange here, in a real key moment of this match. So far, in this campaign, every time I felt like this is a key moment, can you stand up Simon Adams and be
Jeffrey,
counted? He does.
144.
He's responsive.
Reactive. Whoa, that's a lovely start. Oh, needed the second treble 18 for double.
84. Simon, you require 40.
Well, the pattern of this game so far has been break, break, break.
Game shot on the fourth
Break.
leg. Simon Adams.
Not one single holder throw yet in this game, and we've spoke about it throughout the game, so I'm going to keep you updated with that. It was 5-4 still on Simon Adams, despite the fact now he's got the throw and it's a
Fifth
Best of
leg.
three.
It's
Best of
Simon to
three.
throw first. Game on.
A better dart for him.
That was a key feature yesterday for him when he was playing his best darts. That first dart straight in the treble
82.
20, which settles you down. It makes it the last two darts almost feel like bonus because you've done the minimum requirement already.
Yeah, removes the anxiety.
85. 36. $134.
Beautiful cover shooting there from De Graaf, who is averaging 7 points more than his opponent. There's that first start again from Simon Adams.
$99.
But 9 throw from Simon, 6 from De Graaf, and De Graaf has the advantage on the scoreboard, which makes these three bonus, an opportunity to try and set up, an opportunity to drive home that advantage and give us our 5th breaker throw in 5 legs.
Had 2 maxes in this match. You'd love another.
$100.
Not enough, is it? Still the throw back.
$96.
Here we go again, one of those moments where we say it's an important shot time here for Simon Adams, and this is where he normally stands up and delivers his best. Certainly very good at reading the game and applying that application.
40.
Really bad
Jeffrey
deflection there on
required
dart
90.
number 2. Once again, he's in real danger of losing his throw.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Jeffrey
5
De Graaf.
legs. All breaks. Can anyone hold on to their throw if Jeffrey De Graaf can? This is the time to do it because it will be
6th leg. It's Jeffrey to throw
his
first.
4th victory
Game on.
of the week.
$100.
You mentioned at the end of the Jeffrey De Graaf game with Tony Wood, and we came off air, you went, how much are we going to talk about that defeat at the end of the week? And, well, it could be a very key talking point here if he's able to get the
100.
victory over Simon Adams, because it potentially could have moved him top.
Yeah. If he misses out on
59.
winning the group because of match really he should have won, could be one of those that we do reflect on. He's looking okay here. Wonder if Simon's trying to be a little bit
45.
too precise. He's first time the throw looks a little tight.
$95.
It's like for the first time he's trying.
Exactly.
And by trying, I mean trying to get a result, trying to
81.
force the issue, trying to control the match rather than just trusting. It'll just slow down a little bit for Simon Adams. Although
41.
opportunity keeps presenting itself here. Jeffrey De Graaf just can't get over that line. He could have made this so much easier on himself. He keeps breaking the throw and then handing it straight back.
Yeah, visits for Jeffrey of ton 59, 95 and 41 is leaving that door slightly ajar, but at the moment
60.
Adams just can't find that one big visit to turn the leg around. Now he's running out of time.
140.
That's just forced the timer, forced the hand here of Simon Adams. This is one of
81.
those sand timers. There
Jeffrey
wouldn't be much
requires
sand left in the
66.
top. Speaking of tops,
26. Simon, you
Oh,
require
this would be a-
134.
An incredible turnaround. Adams can take this out. Got the 60. Interesting.
$113. Jeffrey, you require 40.
Tops for De Graaf. This is for the match. They're a long way off.
20.
And he just can't cross the line. We can't get a hold of
Simon, you
throw. And
require
Simon Adams, all of
21.
a sudden, 21 points away, taking us to our last leg shootout.
Is there another twist in the tail of this tie? And there he
Shot on the
is,
sixth
because
leg, Simon
he's found
Adams.
the double A. It's 3-3, 6 breaks of throw.
7th and final leg. Simon to throw
Multiple
first.
match starts for De
Game
Graaf.
on.
How will that affect his mental approach going into this deciding leg? Remember, he's got the nightmares of losing to Tony Wood 4-3 after having match darts. That fresh in the mind of Jeffrey.
81.
Well, he missed 6 darts to beat Tony Wood, and he's now missed 4 darts to beat Simon Adams. So 10 match darts he's had today and not been able to convert any of them. He could be in a
96.
position where we're talking about De Graaf being joint top of the table with Steve West. Instead, he could end up being 4 points adrift due to missing those 10 match darts. And we're not talking adding up 1 dart where you've missed a dart at the bullseye and a dart at the end of a combination. He's had clear handfuls.
140.
Yep. What Adams can do in last legs.
60.
Last time he was in this position, he went out in 11. It's a 180 here and does a ton in 2. It'll be another one.
He just needs a treble. That will
Yep.
just keep De Graaf at arm's reach. He's found the treble. It's all about Simon Adams now.
140.
He's halved his score. He's 200 points clear. Could be another missed opportunity here for De Graaf. Even a maximum doesn't leave the finish, which brings that last dart into question.
140. Simon, you require 140.
2 visits if needed. Just hit a 140. Can he fit? Well, he's back-to-back 140s. Can't finish it, though. Now has to be a bit careful. Needs to tidy up.
44.
Bullseye could have been an option there. 25 would have left in the 90, which is just singles to the bolt. De Graaf giving himself hope that he can bail himself out of this
140.
situation. Back-to-back
Simon, you require
140s from De Graaf.
96.
Which finish I'd prefer to go at here. And it's 65. Needs a treble. Could go double-double, of course.
$56.
Gone from looking
Jeffrey, you
like winning it
require
comfortably
65.
to losing it to now winning it.
One more dart for De Graaf. Changed his target this time. It's the double 18.
Game shot.
And the change of
match,
target
Jeffrey
works
De
to
Graaf.
success at the 11th time of asking. Jeffrey De Graaf gets over the line and wins a game here today at the Super Series. It was a match where all 7 legs was played and all 7 legs went against the darts. Both players had their opportunities, but it's De Graaf who takes the points. Coming up next, we've got Ben Robb taking on Tony Wood.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. A little bit of a pattern is beginning to emerge, where we're seeing a mixture of results fixating either 4-3 or 4-1. And before the break, it was a 4-3 victory for Jeffrey de Graaf against Simon Adams. And so, if we're following trends, this may well be a 4-1 result. Next up for us is Ben Robb in action against Tony Wood. And watching this one down in commentary, it is Chris Mason, who's alongside Matthew Redker.
Thank you, Henry. Oh, a big game for both. Opportunity for Tony Wood to join Simon Adams on 6 points. Stop Ben Robb joining Steve West on 10 points. Fascinating game, that last one. 7 legs, all against the throw. You did back.
First leg,
Simon,
it's Ben to throw first.
had plenty of opportunities to get out in that one.
I think that last game as well just
44.
shows the type of day we're having so far today. We had 5 games, 3 of them going the distance. And I think this is what I expected to see more of yesterday as well. A lot more games going tight, close, and the distance, because I think we do have quite an evenly matched group here. We had a Group A winner last week that won it with 20 points. I wouldn't be surprised if we're looking at a quite similar total this
66.
week.
Yeah, I agree. Anybody beating anybody in this group wouldn't be a shock, would it?
Absolutely not, and especially with Tony Wood now showing us that much improved
100.
performance in match number 1 today. He won that game against Jeffrey de Graaf.
134.
86.53, 5 points improvement over his daily average yesterday of 81.67. It was the scoring that let him down. He was 37% on his finishes yesterday, which is above
81.
where I believe you need to be here at the Super Series, which is around about the 33 mark. Saying that, all the players yesterday above that 33 mark. Good group of finishers, this one. Marco Cantelé, the worst percentage, and that was 35.
Which should normally be more than acceptable.
85.
Ben Robb looking to bounce back from the disappointment of that 4-1 defeat to Steve West in his opening game.
This is the best way to do it. 15-dart hold.
Shot on the first leg, Ben Robb. Second leg, it's Tony to throw first.
You got
Game on.
any insight with your geography and your history to the tattoos on the arm of Ben Robb?
140.
I'd say it would be Maori related, wouldn't it?
It does look quite tribal, doesn't it?
80.
Yeah.
There's got to be a story behind that somewhere. You've been a man of geography this week so far.
83.
Google's helped.
96.
Or we're talking geography, we'll talk geography and cuisine, because we had a look earlier at the northeast, where Tony Wood's from, their famous delicacy of the Parmo.
140.
2,600 calories. That includes chips and a salad.
Well, this year, want to remain in almost a calorie deficit.
Tony, you require 138.
1 meal a day, that's it.
To make sure you have a Diet Coke with that one.
98.
That's, of course, if you ate it for breakfast. You have a
100.
local delicacy where you're
Tony,
from?
you require 40.
No.
I remember when I first
Game shot
moved
on
to
the
the
second leg. Tony Wood.
West Midlands and went to the Chippy. They have those orange battered
Third leg,
chips.
it's Ben to throw first.
Yeah,
Game on.
known in that sort of area to say.
60.
While we're going down this rabbit hole, I might as well go all in and go when I went to Scotland and went into the Chippy and they had a battered Mars bar. The other surprising one for me was the home of Kevin Dowling, who will be coming up later on this week,
45.
Coventry. I remember going there and asking for bacon butty, and they said, sorry, we don't do batches on a Saturday. And I was like, well, I only want one, because to me, a
59.
batch is a lot of something. But to them, it's a sandwich, it's a roll, it's...
Yeah, it's a cob where I live. The places it's a bap or
See, that's where we
95.
complicate things here in England. We're not a big country, but we all want our own unique bit. You can drive 20 minutes down the road and not understand what someone's saying.
100.
Must be really surprising for people that come over to the UK. Like we've got De Graaf, Cantelli, Rob, Simon Adams. Because they must find it quite hard to understand as well. I remember going to Belgium this year and we were sat around a dinner table with a few locals and they said to my friend who I was with, I can understand you, but I can't understand him. And I'm like,
98.
thanks.
well, it's interesting because, as you know, I'm a huge fan of Indian food, and it varies so much.
100.
Even from restaurant to restaurant in the UK, of the type of Indian food is based on their origins of India, and it's very different.
44. Tony, you require 121.
There's no real accent here in Portsmouth, but we do get some quality darts. And this would be a quality shot here from Tony Wood. But choices. Gone aggressive.
103.
Didn't want to go the 11 bullseye route.
Ben, you require 140.
Is that a little nod to Ben Robb to say, I don't think you're going to hit this, pal?
Ooh. He was right. I don't think I'd like to be going for double nine.
100. Tony, you require 18.
All the same size, but not a fan of this one.
Game shot on the third leg. Tony
An
Wood.
interesting concept conversation here for you, actually. Is it now the position of
Fourth
the
leg,
double on
it's
the
Tony to throw
board or the
first.
breakdown of
Game
the
on.
double? So let's say, for example, we was to say we're going to have a funky week here at the Super Series and we're going to muddle up the board and put things in different places. And I put the 9 where the double 16 is. Would you then want to leave 18? Or would you still prefer the breakdown and then the position of the board
100.
doesn't matter?
It's very interesting. I think it's a bit of both, isn't it?
81.
Because, for example, I don't mind leaving double 12 because I like double 12 and I like double 6, but I don't like the breakdown to double 3.
But then if I move the 12 to where the 3 is, would you still be happy leaving double 12?
No.
60.
Talk about regions and foods and accents. Spoke about before. If you go around the country, there's
100.
different dartboards, there's different hockey lengths.
Well, Yorkshire don't even have a treble on the Yorkshire board.
Oh.
You just get doubles and then a little tiny bullseye where the wires all meet together.
Little Audrey.
Is it in Essex? They've
45.
got 5s board?
Yeah. The 510 board. Old London board.
85.
Imagine that as a week. A week on the Yorkshire board.
Yeah. Bring back the quadro board.
140.
Oh, you'd hate to be a referee on the quadro board, wouldn't you?
It's hard enough playing on it.
180.
Number
Tony,
2
require
for Ben Robb.
156.
I think it's a feature we should do, Matt, where bring in one of the
81.
regional boards and
Then you require 55.
actually play the game that they play on it.
Game shot on the 4 flag, Ben Robb.
Here's an interesting thought.
5th
And
leg,
it
it's
was
Ben to
the
throw first.
second 180 there from
Game on.
Ben Robb in that last leg that made me think. If you play on the quadro board and you hit a 180, do you call it the same way or do you have to go 180?
85.
Because it's not the maximum shot.
Yeah.
So do you really get excited with a big 180 call or do you just say 180?
How about saying, Matt, you require 210.
100.
I'd have to stand and figure out how to do it. That's the problem.
$180.
Bring them in now.
Yeah, some things just shouldn't be messed with, and I think the treble is more than enough. We don't need that quad. The 180 should not be fussed about with because that is iconic and individual.
81.
And Ben Robb has now found 3 of them. Tony Wood, 5 140s to try and resist the challenge here of Ben Robb.
Ben Robb yet to have a 140.
100.
Either 180 or tons.
$39. Ben, you require 136. $42.
In regards to this game's importance for Ben Robb, Steve West has already come up to bat first. He's got his victory in this lap of fixtures against Marco Cantelli, so
125.
really needs the points here
Ben,
to
you
keep
require
tabs with Steve
94.
West, or West has got an opportunity to pull away.
Yeah, it was very much a must-win game for Ben Robb just to keep
58.
the pressure on
Tony, you require 156.
Steve West. Steve
60.
West faces
Ben,
the
you require
graph in
36.
next match.
Game shot on the 5th leg, Ben Robb.
He got the
Sixth leg,
better of
it's Tony
Steve
to
West
throw
yesterday,
first.
didn't he? So
Game on.
another game there. Steve West will be out for revenge.
$100.
Was priced up at 5 to 6
$140.
this morning. Steve West to beat Jeffrey de Graaf, but on the balance of play and what we've seen so far, I think that might take a little move before the off. De Graaf stumbling over the line after 10 missed match darts.
Yeah, they went 5 to 6 each of 2, didn't they?
96.
Ben was the 4 to 9 favourite for this one. Tony priced at 13 to 8.
134.
Ben Robb making his move here, though. 2 big power shots there. 4 trebles from the 6 darts he has thrown so far. Asking questions of Tony Wood.
140.
Hitting back with some fine answers. Really warming up towards the back end of this match. Loose one there for Ben Robb means he needs a treble now with the last dart. If he'd have
45.
stayed straight, he could have left the finish. Tony Wood now wrestled back the advantage of the throw. Are we going to go the distance again?
$95.
Which is near identical. 94.73 Rob, 94.24 Tony Wood.
96.
Been a tidy game, this
Tony,
one.
you require 70.
Friend or a foe?
Game shot on the sixth
Big
leg.
friend.
Tony
You could see
Wood.
how it clattered into that opening dart there. Big connection between the two and just guides itself in. Very much
Seventh
like a
and final leg.
basketball
It's Ben
hint.
to throw first.
Yeah, very
Game
well
on.
thrown. What is that on Tony Wood's collar? Something about the
140.
ways for 9 darters or something, maybe. Slightly misleading, that number, because it's more sequenced. Same score, but it's the sequence in which it's done.
60.
Yes. Exactly what it is.
Or maybe that's how many 9 darters he's hit.
the Willie Thorne of darts.
125.
We know he's hit one recently in the ADC,
Yeah.
so he might need a new shirt to add another one on top of that.
Marshall James had a
134.
9 darter at the weekend playing counting.
There's a 9 darter here not too long ago from Leonard Gates.
58.
We nearly had one at the WDF World Championships the other day as well, so 9 darters are reigning galore at the back end of 2023. Will we get another one here this week?
How many will we get in the Worlds?
50.
Steve West, who's top of the table at the moment, is a 9 dart hitter in this venue.
$41.
Got a bit of a slip here at the back end of the leg. Did Ben Robb think the job was done when he hit the 4 trebles in the opening 6 exchanged? But we know Tony Wood will battle to the very end. Not nicknamed the pincher for nothing. Can he pinch
60.
this
Ben,
leg,
you require 137.
which would also pinch the match from the hands of Ben Robb?
$121.
Beautiful leave there for Ben Robb. Will give himself what should be 3 match darts. All Tony Wood can do is hit and then hope.
$60.
Not enough pressure.
Ben, you require 16.
Ben Robb's finishing 3 from 5 so far in this match. Plays to his stats.
No score.
Ooh,
Tony, you require
Thought it was in.
137.
Well, an opportunity here for Tony Wood. He'd been hoping to be a lot closer than this, but he'd rather have some hope than no hope. He now moves to no hope. And again, it's hit and hope. And hope that Ben Robb does the same as he did a
59.
couple of moments ago.
Ben, you require 16.
In 3 darts at the outer ring. 88 for Ben Robb.
No
Oh, he's
score.
bust.
oh no.
Tony, you require
Well,
78.
well. 54-24.
Are we about to realise why he's called the pincher?
Be a pinch, he'd pick his pocket.
66.
2 chances, 2 darts to have moved off the bottom of
Ben,
the
you
table
require
there
16.
for Tony Wood. surely on this occasion, Ben Robb will not let the opportunity pass him by. One more dart.
12.
Moved the wire, didn't it?
Tony, you require
3
12.
handfuls of darts there for Ben Robb. We've seen this double six go so many times.
Game shot under match.
Well.
Tony Wood.
I think the picture says more than words. Tony Wood racing off the stage with some form of happiness. Ben Robb absolutely gutted there. 3 handfuls of darts to get that one wrapped up. But the man nicknamed the Pincher pinchers that one. A good average in the end, though, still 88.39 as Tony Wood comes off the bottom of the table. We now move our attention to the top of the table, where Steve West will hopefully stay against Jeffrey de Graaf.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are 2 rounds down for our matches here on day 2 at the Super Series. And before the break, we saw a big result and a big shift potentially in the league table as Tony Wood got the better of Ben Robb by 4 legs to 3. That is now 2 defeats and 2 for the Kiwi, because Steve West got the better of him in the big table topping match at the beginning of the day by 4 legs to 1. West, who really has come out the tracks flying here on Tuesday at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, sealing the match with a 1-10 finish and a really good display and a real nice show of sportsmanship at the end of that one as well. So 2 wins for Steve West in that one, and well, as you can see there, 4 of our 6 games have gone the distance as well. So that is what we've seen so far today. Let's have a look and see how it correlates in terms of the table, because as you can see, Steve West now tops the pile, 10 points to his name. Ben Robb and Jeffrey de Graaf on 8 points, respectively. Simon Adams and Tony Wood on 6. Michael Cantella down at the bottom on 4. But as you can see there, Jeffrey de Graaf on 8 points, and he takes on Steve West in our 7th game of the session. So a win for de Graaf would mean that him and West would be level on 10 points, and would open up the opportunity once again for Ben Robb to move with a 3-way tie at the top of the table. Well, you saw in that VT just before we came back on air was Steve West's 9 darter, and he has promised us in the Everbay if he goes back-to-back 180s, he's going to hit the 9. No pressure, Steve. Back we go to Matt and Chris.
Thanks, Henry. And thank you for confirming that on the back of the collar of Tony Wood is the actual date he produced the 9 darter in the ADC. Well, when Steve West missed the double for the 9, he promised that week that, don't worry, if I get another go, I'll hit it.
First leg, it's Jeffrey to throw
his word,
first.
but I don't think he'd be worrying about
Game
9
on.
darters here. Priority number 1, get the match won. Get the points on the board, stretch that lead. Keep the pressure on the chasing field.
60.
And they went 5 to 6 each of 2, and there's been no shift, which I'm amazed by because of the winning start made by Steve West.
42.
So that will come back, and the commentator's curse will be alive and well as he has a nightmare. Now, I'd have made him 4 to 7, 4 to 9 for this tie.
I'd have gone banging between the two, 8 to 15. I think that's about the mark because Steve West today, 293 averages. And the concern for me still hangs over De Graaf in the fact that he missed 10 match darts across those 2 fixtures. Is he going to be able to cross the line against someone like
97.
Steve West, who's going to restrict the amount of time he's going to get at those sort of opportunities?
99. 59. 100.
To squeeze the final dart in to leave himself on tops, and depending what kind of mood he's in, or maybe what De Graaf does here will
100.
reflect his approach
Steve,
at the 80, but it's normally tops.
60. Jeffrey, you require 124.
Change of plan there for Steve West.
I think yesterday on a couple of occasions with 80 with 3 in hand, double 11.
102.
Good effort.
Steve, you require 20. $10.
First dart felt very
Jeffrey,
safe there at the
22.
5-5. One more opportunity to hold on to his stroke.
Game shot on the first leg, Jeffrey De Graaf.
Oh, that's a steal.
Second leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Now, Steve has a half smile on his face there, but I don't think he's smiling in the same way that Simon Adams has been smiling throughout the day.
Definitely not.
60.
To avenge the defeat to Rob yesterday, a little earlier, you want to do the same here against
140.
De Graaf.
$100. 97.
One of De Graaf's better performances yesterday
121.
against Steve. With that 4-2 win, he averaged 92.16, couple of 180s, 50% on the doubles. Probably is enjoying the rhythm he
60.
gets playing Steve because they're very similar. Too much dwell time when these two are on the hockey.
41.
Very inviting opening dart there for the
100.
angle of entry of Jeffrey De Graaf. He'll be disappointed to only get 100 from that one. Steve West applying the pressure, a maximum visit on the 19s.
Jeffrey,
The second time today.
104.
This is for a breaker throw for De Graaf. Needs to find a treble. Doesn't do so. Steve West forcing the issue with his
41. Steve, you
time
require
restriction.
8. Game shot on the second leg. Steve
Beautiful
West.
last 4 darts of that leg from Steve West. Perfection.
Yeah, no double trouble this time for Westy. Should be 2-0
Third
up.
leg, it's Jeffrey to throw first.
As it is.
Game on.
On throw.
78. $140.
I like the way Steve said, if I get the first 2 180s, then I might do it. Like, I'm going to make a prediction very similar to that. Actually, I'm going to be quite bold. I'm going to say,
100.
if I get the first 8 darts in, I'm going to hit the double 12. So it's all on the first 8. If they go in, I'm on.
And that's the only
131.
time you're truly on a 9, isn't it?
Well, you always get people, don't you? Oh, I've missed a 9 dart. Well, essentially, you've missed a 9 dart from the moment you miss your first treble 20.
84. $135.
Steve West surge here.
59. Steve,
Possible
you require
11 darter.
95. $55. $83. Steve, you require 40. Game shot on the third leg. Steve West.
Nice finishing again there from Steve West. And that gives him the breaker throw there against Jeffrey De Graaf that he'd have to have found at some point
Fourth
in this
leg, it's
fixture.
Steve to throw first.
Is this the moment
Game
now
on.
where Steve West is going to open up a gap on the legs board? Because he's opened up a gap in terms of the averages.
60.
Steve West averaging 95 to the 79 of De Graaf.
Yeah, if that stays the same,
100.
he won't win it.
The big 180 hitter yesterday, Steve West, the biggest of them all, hit 11 maximums across the day. He's got 2 in this fixture. He's already hit 3 in his other
140.
fixtures so far. So running at 16 maximums already, and this is only fixture number 8.
140.
Up the max with a 140 to leave.
85. Steve, you
The
require
1-2-1. May go
121.
bull first. I like that play. That's class.
81. $100. Steve, you require
13 darts
40.
are on the card.
Game shot on
For
the
the
fourth
man
flag. Steve
Who
West.
doesn't have a tour card, but believes he's one of the best players in the world without one, and it's hard to argue against that. And when we look
Fifth
at the
leg, it's
journey and the
Jeffrey to
story
throw
of
first.
Steve West, it's
Game on.
quite possible to think he may never have one again. Steve West now aged 48. We know he's due to have hip surgery in the next
96.
week, which means Q School's probably going to come too soon, which means next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
180.
Yeah, which is something that is continuing to grow and could
58.
become seriously established as a very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
180.
I'll remind you, he says, if I hit 2 180s, I promise you I will hit the 9
28.
darter.
Steve, you
We've had
require
180. We've had
141.
180. Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Game shot
As if
and the match.
Steve
Steve
West
West.
has won the match with a 9 dart finish. He points up to Henry Deacon, who he told he will hit the 141 if He hits the two 180s. What a way to win the match. Steve West, a 9-dart finish, 108 the average. Go take a bow. Steve West, top of the table.
Well, you cannot say Steve West is not a man of his words. He said before the last game up to me on the balcony that if he hits back-to-back 180s, he'll hit a 9-darter. In the last leg of the game, he hit back-to-back 180s and an incredible 9-dart finish to get the better of Jeffrey de Graaf by 4 legs to 1. It now means he joins an exclusive club with Conor Heenahan of players who have hit more than one 9-darter at the Super Series. So, no pressure on Marco Cantler and Ben Robb's shoulders to follow that, is there? Let's watch this one in the company of Matt and Chris.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, and of course, Conor Heenahan will be in action this week in Group B. Well, at the moment, I don't think Steve West has to worry about being in Group B because he's now 4 clear. And, well, myself and Matt Edgar were just sort of looking at each other, shaking our head as Steve West completed that 9-darter. I mean, it's one thing hitting them, never mind predicting you're going to hit them, Matt.
Well, I think this also brings us back to one of our conversations we put out for social media earlier as well, which Dan Cross has got involved with. Thank you for your tweet in, Dan Cross, where he says one of his favourite World Championship moments was the 9-darter that Dean Winstanley hit against Vincent van der Voort purely for the celebration. And I'm going to take your Dean Winstanley, Dan Cross, and I'm going to raise you a Willie Borland against Bradley Brooks, which was another match-winning shot, just like we've had from Steve West.
Yep. Yep. So to win the match in what was 100. An enthralling encounter. Well, one of my favourites. It wasn't in the Worlds, but down at Minehead, and it was from Alan
60.
Norris, because he didn't know at the time there was a £35,000 rolling fund for the 9. I used to add 5,000 to each tournament when it wasn't hit. And he was led on the sofa watching the action, heard me mention the
85.
35 grand and messaged me straight away saying, is that right? I'm like, yes, mate, you're 35 grand richer.
51.
You might know this story better than me, actually. I believe it was on the PDC Pro Tour, you used to have like a roll-in prize fund. If a 9-dart weren't hit, it went to the next one. And was it Dave Askew who hit it when it got to like £12,000? And then the same weekend, Colin Lloyd and Terry Jenkins, who only ended up with 33% of it rather than...
Yeah, I had one wanting it for ages. I think it was up to 6,004 or £6,800, and I hit one, and about 30 seconds later, I hear a massive cheer, and Alex Royd hit one. A couple of boards up. As you can imagine, I was thrilled.
134. 140. Marco, you require 152.
2 treble 20s, double 16. I finished so far this week of 150. Yeah, please do get in touch with us at
90.
MSS Darts, all one
Ben, you
word,
require
on
110.
Twitter or X, whatever you prefer to call it. We are across all the social medias.
$74. Marco, you require 62.
That's highly unfortunate
30.
there from Marco
Ben, you
Cantelli, and that
require
might be
36.
the slip or the unfortunate nature that costs him the advantage of the throw here. Ben Robb
Game shot on the first
steps up
leg.
and says, thank you very
Robb.
much for a 16-dart leg and a breaker throw.
Well, Ben Mobb looking to
Second leg,
bounce
it's Ben to
back,
throw
of course.
first. Game on.
Been a disappointing start to the day for the overnight table-topping Ben Robb. Back-to-back defeats has
91.
put him on the back foot.
If you are Steve West, you look at the fixtures now. He's got 3 fixtures. He's got this
96.
one. We've got Tony Wood against Simon Adams coming up next. Marco Cantelli against Jeffrey de Graaf. He's got time to recompose himself now, which I think the fixtures have helped him out here.
Yeah, that's a great point. Because the
95.
adrenaline will be coursing. And like you say, give him a time just to wind everything down and just relax, and then be ready to go again against his good pal, Tony Wood.
133.
And we can hear Steve West coming through the walls. He's bouncing, he's excited, he's happy. Of course he is. Not only was it a
58.
9-darter, but he predicted it. He told us it was coming. And moments before, we were just talking about 9-darters and how many there's been recently. Now it's raining 9-darters at the back end of 2023. Which brings us to that question you said, how many will we see at the
140.
Palace?
Yeah, I don't think it's a case if we'll get one. It's how many are we going to get?
$140.
I'm going to predict.
Marco, you require
I'm going to go safe
132.
with 2. Lovely dart there for the way his darts sit in the board, to sit just on top.
116.
Nearly. Good effort
Ben, you
there from
require
Cantelli.
170.
Such a showbiz shot, that, isn't it? But trust me, mathematically, that is the way to go.
93. Marco, you require 16. Game shot on a second leg. Marco Cantele.
That advantage of throw that was won by Ben Robb with the 16 data has been cancelled out straight away by a 13 of Cantele.
Third leg, it's Marco
showing
to
that
throw first.
experience that he has gained
Game on.
from his time around the PDC Pro Tour, where you don't have time to dwell. Someone hits you with something, you got to hit them straight back.
100. $30.
Two players that will both be at Ali Pali. Just over a week's time now. The World Championship coming around. The biggest event of the year. And Cantele is warming up to the task.
100. 100. 100. Marco, you require 121. $29.
A leg in which he has dominated. He's just offered a bit of encouragement there with the 29.
101.
Reduced to the board there by Ben
Marco,
Robb
you
to
require
guarantee
92.
himself a finish, but it's the biggest one of them all, and the first task is to stand and hope that Marco Cantele doesn't take out this 92.
Well, we've just seen the 9. Might as well just see a 170, haven't we? Tick all the
32.
boxes.
You getting a
Ben, you
bit
require
greedy there, Mace.
170.
There's one of them.
85. Marco, you require 60. $40.
Double trouble.
Ben, you require 85.
Cantele. Double 5.
80.
Gave the
Marco, you require 20.
Gave the bottom wire a little push there. Yes, to lead.
Game shot on the
No
third
mistake
leg.
this time.
Marco Cantele. Fourth leg, it's Ben to throw first. Game on.
It's Ben on the back foot.
$45.
Doesn't he? Leaves himself vulnerable. He drops this leg. A world of trouble.
96. $100.
Not been the day so far for Ben Robb.
He's struggled, hasn't he?
I feel like he struggled just to convert performance into results, because his performance hasn't been too bad. 92.59 in the opening game,
61.
87.78 in the second. He's 88 again here, so
It's
he's
far from horrible, is it?
yeah, he's running around about an 89 average for the day. He's just losing those key moments.
96.
And in that short format game, you don't have to lose too many of those key moments before you're picking up defeats. He did have plenty of match darts in the last game, 3 handfuls of darts at the double 8. Missed 3, bust it on the double 16, then missed 3 again. So just not crossed the line as of yet, and Cantele is asking some questions.
$41. $100.
Do remember, guys, you can get us at MSS Darts. If you've got any of your favourite World Championship moments, we are talking World Championship darts today, as the World Championships is started on the WDF and it's on the horizon for the PDC. We've got players on the stage right now who are both going to be playing in the World Championship.
81.
I've got one
Ben,
for
you
you, but
require
it's a
85.
bit way back. It's take you all the way back to 1997.
Game shot on the 4th
Bill
flag.
Taylor
Ben
playing well, it was the last hurrah for Eric, wasn't it, in a semi-final of a
5th
Worlds.
flag. It's Marco to throw first. Game on.
He was more than in that game, but there was a moment where he took out a 1-4-1. Just pure class.
Remember that game very well, actually. I had to stay up quite
96.
late. I was only a young nipper at the time. I believe I might have had school the next day as well, and got permission from Mama Edgar to stay up a bit later to watch the conclusion of the game.
140.
Played in it that year, I do believe. May have been the year of the previous year of Mission Impossible, and
Yeah, I'm thinking 97.
yeah, and
97.
Sky had me jumping out of helicopters and bursting through doors, and I was my typical arrogant self in thinking that I could turn Taylor over.
140.
Well, the sets went like this: 3-0, 3-0, 3-0 in about 18 minutes. Thanks very much. Cheers. That's including commercial breaks.
It was indeed 1997.
I had trying to think of my list of excuses. I ate too
140.
late. Didn't drink enough water.
Is it too hot, too cold?
Get too hot,
134.
And too cold?
and it was too cold outside. Didn't have the right shoes.
Did anyone
140.
move in your eye line?
Then you require 87. $42. Marco, you require 28.
Yeah, there was a few funny smells about it. It was at the tavern. Someone moved. Ooh. Double 3.
$22. Ben, you require 45.
Well, Ben Rob's putting a good leg here, leaving 45 after 12. Carved himself out the opportunity. Got 2 darts at the double 16.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Fine finish
Ben
there
Robb.
from Ben Robb. That is the time I like to break in these short format games, when you can break the throw, walk straight down
6th
the
leg.
oche.
It's Ben to
And
throw first.
Cantele stood over there by
Game
the
on.
table. Just got to stand pondering for a lot longer and ruin those missed opportunities.
Yeah, leg 5 in a race to 7 is always pivotal, isn't it?
96.
Remember those
60.
features, actually, that they used to do before events? I We should get a Super Series one going as well, because I remember before Blackpool they did the Baywatch one.
Yeah. Then we did
140.
there was summer holiday playing in the theatre. That's actually within the Winter Garden. So they had a bus inside the theatre, and they had us on that singing along to "We're All Going on a Summer Holiday," which
60.
was incredibly embarrassing.
Remember that song they made, "Got My Ticket for the Darts"?
Yeah.
That, when we're talking about the lines of embarrassing, yeah, that was up there, I think. Yeah. No snooker loopy, was it?
No. Thousand Dave, that was, wasn't it?
$140. Ben, you require 170.
The brainchild of
84.
Barry Earn, of course, creating those wonderful characters that we had in snooker in the 80s. Darts was very similar, wasn't it? The likes of Big Cliff and Jockey, Rick, John Lowe, Bob
48.
Anderson, Dave Whitcomb.
Ben, you require 86.
Ben Robb to try and keep himself on the coattails of Steve West.
Game shot
A
and the
fine
match.
finish
Ben
and a fine
Robb.
end to the game there for Ben Robb. A 15 and a 14 darter to wrap things up for Ben Robb and get his day up and running now, following a couple of defeats to kick off his day. A 93 average was enough for Ben Robb to see off Marco Cantele, as both players are in preparation for the World Championship. Coming up next, Tony Wood takes on Simon Adams.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Ben Robb got the better of Marco Cantella by 4 legs to 2. And so that keeps him in hot pursuit of Steve West at the top of the tail, moves into within 2 points. Next up for us, it is Simon Adams in action up against Tony Wood. The winner of this game will move on to 8 points in the table. Downstairs, Matt and Chris.
Thank you, Henry. Well, this table is Starting to warm up a little bit now. I think those on 6 points, which include Simon and Tony, desperately need a win.
First leg, it's Tony to throw
I don't think after this
first.
cycle of games, if you're
Game on.
6 points off the top, we'll be able to close that gap in a group like this.
I don't think so. We are group topped by Steve West, arguably one of the best players without a PDC tour card at the moment. A guy who's just hit a 9 darter as well here.
140.
And not for the first time. That's another 9 darter there for Steve West, who did hit one against Luke Littler earlier in the year.
Well, I think if you're going to hit one to win the game, because when Tony is Steve hit his first one, it was against Luke Littler, wasn't it, in the opening leg of the match? It was the only leg he won. Where the adrenaline, we spoke of it before, it would be coursing through your body to then try and refocus on an actual match after hitting a 9 must be
140.
very tough one. MVG did one in the final against Luke, didn't he, at the Players' Championship finals, and then, of course, lose the match.
121.
Happens so often as well, doesn't it? The player that hits the 9 goes on to lose it. But you don't have that problem when you do it in the last leg. Really Borland against Bradley Brooks at the World Championship, a last leg shootout on debut as well.
That was just incredible.
131.
We are talking World Championship moments today, as we are coming up to World Championship season, and we've got 4 of the players in this Group A that will be playing in the World Championships in a week's time. So please do send in your favourite moments on social
Tony,
media.
You require 90.
Go 20 ball, the treble will be a bonus. Got to go for it with Simon on 157.
65.
Yeah, another
Simon, you require
magic moment, but going back even further. I need 89. Hold on a minute.
$97. Tony, you require 25.
1, 5 or 9, isn't it? The 1. Double 12.
One.
Couldn't have been any closer,
Simon, you
could it?
require 60.
The happiest dart player of 2023. To break the throw of Tony Wood, he needs double 10.
50.
I'd
Tony,
like to have
you
said it gave
require
him something to
24.
smile about if he'd have got it, but he's still smiling even though he hasn't got it.
The ghost throws.
Loves darts that much, he just wants a couple of practice swings in there as well and wants to keep throwing.
Game shot on the first
Yeah,
leg.
989 final. Jockey against Derek. Jockey was absolutely steamrolling Brissy. For Eric nearly pulled off a
Second leg, it's Simon to throw
miraculous
first.
comeback, but just seeing
Game on.
the relief and the admiration that Jockey then had for Eric. Fierce rivals before
140.
becoming very good friends away from the hockey.
Had an interesting question come through
60.
on social media. Lee Seymour, thanks for joining us again. Hope you're enjoying the coverage today. Bringing up that can of worms debate that often comes up with the 9 dart of the 147, the hole in one. Wants to know your opinion on it as well, Mace. And for me, I think it's a hard one to, because I think whoever you ask, it's going to be a different answer. For me, I look at those options and I think, well, I've been a professional dart player. I can hit a 9 darter. I'm terrible at snooker. So in my personal opinion, that's harder because I can't even pot one ball, never mind the lot.
Yeah, for me, it's the variables involved with With the 9
60.
darter, ultimately, 7 of the darts are thrown at exactly the same target. The hole-in-one is, don't get me wrong, it's a massive amount of skill for the pros to do it, but
41.
you know, it's one of those, isn't it? Look at the amount of club players that have, or just casual golfers that have managed to hit a hole-in-one.
And you only have to do it once. It's just a one hit.
Yeah, it's one hit, and it can come off a bench, a pathway, a tree, and still go in.
60.
I just think with snooker, there's just so many variables involved, and you're not only having to pot the ball, you're having to control the white ball and have that on a string. So for me, 147 is way harder than a 9.
But the hole-in-one as well is very similar to
100.
like you see on TikTok
Simon,
now,
you
where they throw a
require
CD into a
141.
computer.
Yeah.
If you do it enough times, eventually it'll go in.
Yeah,
'Cause it has to go
law of
somewhere.
averages, and it's just that one individual
Exactly.
motion.
I'll tell you what, you really want to ask this question to Yella Klassen
45.
because he has got some
Tony,
very
you
deep
require
opinions on it and
160.
really, really intriguing stuff. He can talk for a long time about it and he's got some very, very valid points. I think one of the most interesting points for me was he talks about snooker being a rested sport in the fact that you
60.
don't have to support the
Simon,
cue
you
all the time. You
require
can leave it
96.
relaxed on the table or on a rest where
Well, yeah, I understand that you can get down on a shot and then get up off the shot and then readdress the ball, but well, that's no different to the Rob Cross reset,
64.
where he will be in a combination
require
and stop
100.
and step back and reapproach the hockey and go for the target.
tops there attempted for Tony Wood.
40.
Always a
Simon, you require
slightly risky
32.
one, but you get the extra advantage of the larger target. Will we see the hands? Simon Adams.
Game shot on the second leg. Simon Adams.
Is that at the end of every leg that he wins? I wonder if Ricky Evans
Third
is watching
leg,
this, if
it's
he's
Tony
going to
to
think
throw
of something
first.
that he can do at the
Game
end
on.
of every leg, because we've seen some incredible celebrations from Ricky Evans over the years at the World Championships. I think my favourite one was when he turned it around against Simon Whitlock and he stood pointing to himself and he's like, that was me!
100.
He's a bit of a character, is Ricky.
$55. $42.
Throw another one in there, and that's the perfect game in 10-pin bowling.
81.
Yeah, very true. Very true.
Again, though, what they're doing is replicating a single shot.
$140.
As I said at the start, can of worms.
$180.
I think if you just think of it simply, that a hole-in-one's one shot, 9 darters, 9 shots. Snooker's 36.
Hard to argue.
And very rarely is it the same shot twice.
59. $95. Tony, you require 160.
The most remarkable 147 has to be the Ronnie O'Sullivan one. 5 minutes, 20 seconds.
Another one
It's
of
about
those.
as long as one of my legs nowadays.
140. Simon, you require 90.
Good effort there from Tony Wood. A chance to see the hands. Loses the line. Means he's going to need a treble. Finds the treble for a dart at tops himself.
Game shot on the
Fantastic
third leg. Simon
breaker
Adams.
throw there from Simon Adams.
Were you listening in when myself and Nico did our all-time top 10?
I think I saw,
Fourth leg,
list.
it's Simon
I
to
saw
throw
the
first.
list.
Game on.
Because I think the very next week me and Duz has done our own.
All right.
Yeah.
Can you remember what your 10 were?
My top 5 was
60.
the usuals. Taylor, Van Gerwen, Bristow, Anderson, Barney. I think I had Peter Wright.
Yeah, I've got Peter Ryan in my top 10.
45.
Priestley.
Low?
Had Part, I think.
Oh, no. Can't have part in the top 10.
I think for me, I judged it on the criteria of
140.
not just what they've won, because otherwise we're just comparing trophies, but things such as like impact on the game or stories, and the fact that he won a world championship in 3 different venues. And the 3 iconic venues, the Tavern,
100.
Ali Pali, and Lakeside, that's something that nobody else has got.
But played a man with a broken back in the final. Kirk Shepherd in the other one. I'll give him credit for the one against Taylor. But that's about it.
85.
Makes me top 20.
I do think that in a few years' time, this conversation is going to involve Gerwin Price.
Yeah, I had him. I had sort of 5 or 6 on the fringe, you know, around 10 and 11, and he was
100.
certainly in that conversation. Certainly Jockey Wilson as well.
And when I talk about impact on the game, Gerwin Price is going to be one of those players that we look back at and almost regret not enjoying as much as we should have when he's no longer here.
Absolutely box office.
108.
That was pretty box office from
Simon,
Tony
you
Wood.
require 116.
Good time in there in a leg that he looked completely out of it. Finds in the maximum. Forces the issue now for Simon Adams, who would have probably thought this was more of a setup shot than a matter of urgency.
60. Tony, you require 96.
But to get that throw straight back.
Adrian Lewis make your top 10?
I think he did.
Mate.
He was on the short list. Expect to see a double-double here. That's been the MO of Tony Wood until now. Change your plan.
Of course, because you mentioned it.
42. Simon, you require 56.
There's a couple of ways of looking at the top 10, and one of them, like you say, is if you compare trophies, but for out-and-out ability, that's what
Game
the
shot on the
criteria
fourth
was
leg.
for me, for
Simon
Adrian
Adams.
Lewis, because when he was absolutely on it, it was just ridiculously good.
Fifth leg, it's Tony
think
to
my
throw
biggest
first.
criteria,
Game
'cause
on.
like I said, I don't want to just compare trophies. That's easy to do. Go right there. That's how many he's won. That's how many he's won. That's not how it works. It was impact on the game, and you look at what Barneveld did in Holland.
Yep.
And
60.
We also did another one, our top 10 in the last 10
180.
years.
could we have another 9 darter? I'm going early. Come on, Simon.
Giddy from the Steve West one, mate.
123.
Opium.
Oh, well, we got 33% there.
40.
He's the sort of guy that you just want good things for because he's just got this infectious smile and love for the game. Got some posts coming in on social media as well about how people are just really enjoying watching Simon Adams, and you just love something like that to happen. He's waited 44 years for
56.
an opportunity to play darts on the TV. Just love to see him do something. A 170 finish, a 9-darter, win a group, do something to take back to South Africa.
78.
Well, treble 20 now to leave on 70.
90.
Okay. Yeah, he's just realised what he's done.
45. 60. Simon, you require 158. 94.
Lovely switch
Tony,
from
you
Simon
require
Adams.
112.
Leave himself on a 2-dart possibility. You feel the way that Simon Adams' doubles have been going here at the Super Series, that this is a match-saving shot here for Tony Wood. Finds the treble with the opening dart. Opts for the 12 to stay away from the possibility of busting.
92.
Just held on to it
Simon,
too
you
long there.
require
You can tell by the
64.
angle of the entry of the dart.
Yeah. Probably just gripped the dart a little bit too tight. You can see him there. So it's going to be 1 dart at a double, and it's going to be double 16 for another 2 points.
$32. Tony, you require 20.
Took a bit too much time over that one.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Tony Wood.
Tony Wood grits his teeth, digs deep. Keeps his hopes alive of picking up another victory here at the Super Series in
6th
Group A.
leg,
He's
it's
got
Simon
3
to throw
victories on the
first.
board already.
Game on.
He's going to get a 4th. Going to have to start that with a breaker throw here against Simon Adams.
60.
As we're unraveling the character of Simon Adams this week, and we're seeing this sort of jovial, happy sort of character and attitude come through,
25.
I'm going to ask for a couple of predictions here. 1, what do you think he's going to pick as his walk-on song at Alexandra Palace? And 2, will he dance?
45.
Yes. And I think it'll be Happy. And not the Dimitri one, the I'm Happy.
140.
Guess we can pose that question over to social media as well. Please do get in touch
100.
at MSS Darts.
Yeah, I wonder
What
if he's
would-
got that planned already, or
Maybe need some help with it. What
Yeah.
would your walk-on song be if you was to debut at the Alexandra Palace? Let us know at MS Darts, Facebook, Instagram, X.
Have you had the same
62.
one, or did you change yours?
I've changed mine, and I've used the same one for a little bit, but I'm planning on changing it again for next year's Lakeside.
$100.
Needed a max. Gets a max.
To get the breaker throw you do, you need something big in a moment and at the right time, and Tony Wood sets himself up on a 2-dart possibility there with that maximum and puts himself in the driving seat, but he's pacing round at the back of the stage. You can't stay still.
Tony, you require 94.
That was a great 140. Simon Adams for all the pressure that's needed on this 94. Could be double-double. Yep. Tops. Wow.
Shot on the 6th leg.
What a shot
Tony
that
Wood.
is from Tony Wood. Simon Adams waiting on 56 for the match. He really is a grafter, Tony Wood. Certainly no quitting
final
him.
leg. It's Tony to throw first.
I mean, what a 6 darts.
Game
That
on.
180, then the 94 finish with a double-double to take us to a last leg shootout, which, I mean, for Tony Wood, he wants to get his money's worth out here, doesn't he? He's giving us value for money today. 4-3 victory over Jeffrey de Graaf. 4-3 against Ben Robb.
60.
And he's going 4-3 again.
Yeah, one way or the other.
Getting very fidgety. Can't stand still at the back
45.
of the stage. He's pacing around. He's getting some steps in. Imagine a heat map on Tony Wood at the moment. It'd be quite a lot of backwards and forwards at the back of the stage, which is surprising for someone who's quite methodical, because normally they're very still.
81.
Yeah, very stoic. Give too much away. I think he's just trying to occupy his time. He wouldn't put Simon in the
60.
slow category. Another one of those players that step on the ocky. Anderson, another one does that. Nathan Aspinall, another one that does it.
125.
Said at the start of the day, you feel today's a day that someone could go through the card. It could be Tony Wood.
Yeah, all due respects, I didn't think it would be him.
140.
Oh, he had to really come out and make a bit of a statement today.
Beautiful dart there from Tony Wood. Moves him down to a finish.
Begging for another, isn't it? It could go ball here, but the way that first dart sat up, it's just so inviting.
100. $84. Tony, you require 135.
That surprised you with Adams on 172?
Yeah, he did need to go for that route, and that indicates as well that he'd probably have gone for the bullseye, which, yeah, you mentioned before about
45.
overcomplicating situations. That might be the case. He's left himself now a bit far back. If Adams pops in a couple of trebles here and hits a 140,
Well,
he'd say
he's
his favourite.
left himself on a shot that ultimately he's going to end with the ball. Or even if he'd have just hit 60.
45. Tony, you
Even on a
require
shot that-
90.
would have either left 2 at 24 or 1 at tops. Or are we going to have 127 in game? Created his own drama here.
30.
Well, we said we wanted a moment for
you
Simon
require
Adams.
127.
We said a 9 darter, we said a 170. We'll go one better. We'll go for the Hinks. Who wants a 9 darter when you can have the 127? Oh, I'm not going to say end
93.
game.
Tony, you require 60.
Fine effort there from Simon Adams, but serious heads back on here for Tony Wood because there is a chance here to go 3 from 3.
$40.
2 match starts.
Simon, you require 34.
Carved his opportunity back. He was 3-1 down. He's turned it around. He now needs to hope. Simon Adams can't hit the least used double on the dartboard, the double 17.
No score. Tony, you require 20.
One more dart.
Game shot.
Is
and the
all
match,
he needs.
Tony Wood.
A turnaround victory there for Tony Wood, who was 3-1 down in that fixture. Some very well-timed scores. Couple of 180s for Tony Wood, and he keeps his successful day going. He came into today winning just 1 game from his 5 matches yesterday. Today, he is unbeaten. All 3 matches going to Tony Wood. All 3 matches 4-3. He is back in the running here in Group A. Coming up next, Marco Cantelé takes on Jeffrey de Graaf.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Tony Wood get the better of Simon Adams, shall I say. I've got that name on my mind by 4 legs to 3. Right, let's have a look and see how the table pre-amplifies itself after that. Steve West, top of the pile on 12 points, having hit a 9 darter last time out. Ben Robb on 10 points, Jeffrey de Graaf and Tony Wood on 6. Simon Adams on 6 and Marco Cantella on 4. Right, it is the Finn in action up against the Swede. It is an all-Nordic and Baltic battle now here at the live lounge, and in commentary for that one it's Matthew Ecker and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henrik. Yeah, easy mistake to make. I often confuse you with Tyson Fury. Oh, this is turning out to be a big game
First
for
leg,
both
it's
now.
Marco to throw first.
Marco
Game on.
finds himself at the foot of the table. Who would have thought that at the start of today's play, especially the way he finished off his day one campaign. Jeffrey de Graaf, who started the day with a
99.
4-3 defeat to Tony. Then bounced back with a 4-3 win against Simon.
45.
And in all fairness, was absolutely thumped by Steve West, who produced that beautiful 9 dart leg to win the match and an average of 108.48. Marco. Oh,
95.
the damage was done early. 4-3 defeat to Simon. 4-1 defeat to Steve West.
140.
And then a 4-2 defeat at the hands of Ben Robb to stop the rot.
$140.
I suppose just one of the things that somebody's got to be bottom of the table, haven't they? Cantelle's not
Marco,
played
you require 167.
that bad today. He's been playing some good darts. Well, I suppose that's just the competitive nature of this group.
83.
I'd say it's all about converting that level of performance into points.
100. Marco, you require 84.
Double 11.
62.
Right on the wire there for
Jeffrey, you require
Cantelle, and if
121.
the way his day's been going is any indication, then de Graaf will pip out this 1-2-1. He won't do that on this occasion. So more opportunities here for Marco
71.
Cantelle.
Marco, you require 22.
That's the danger of some of the breakdowns of these finishers.
No score. Jeffrey, you require 50.
To break the throw of Marco Cantelle and compound the misery for the man currently sat bottom of the table with just 2 victories from his 8 fixtures so far.
18. Marco, you require 22.
Gonna split. Yep, 6 for double 8.
No score. Jeffrey, you require 32. Game shot on the first leg. Jeffrey de Graaf.
Break of throw.
Second leg, it's Jeffrey to throw first. Game on. $125.
Be fully off. Marco was
180.
Jeffrey 10 to 11.
$60.
De Graaf of his hands full in 14 days' time, Tuesday the 19th. Afternoon game against Richie Edhouse.
Yeah, that's a tough encounter.
96.
And
100.
Edhouse is in one of those positions where you can go to the World Championship and enjoy playing in the World Championship for what it is. A lot of the times you get players that go to the World Championship and they're playing a side story. They're trying to hold on to their tour cards or trying to gain
41.
the tour cards that they don't actually play the World Championship for what that standalone event should be.
And there's quite a few players in that situation this year, isn't there, that have to win at least 2 matches to
140.
secure their card or retain it, whichever way you want to look at it.
And there's always someone who comes off the pace and makes a bit of a late charge. Sure, that will be the same again
96.
this year.
Jeffrey, you require 76.
See, of course, as always every year, a fresh crop of players which are available
56.
to
Marco, you
play here
require
at the Super
88.
Series.
$74.
Hope
Jeffrey,
that
you
maybe
require 20.
Matt Porter may have reconsidered the idea of letting us have the players
Game
ranked
shot on the second leg.
maybe
Jeffrey de Graaf.
97 to 128. Allowed to compete here at the Super Series just to give them an opportunity to
Third
get that
leg, it's Marco to throw
experience and
first.
maybe
Game on.
prop up their earning potential.
Well, let's take a look at the players we may have here next year at the Super Series, depending on them not
140.
regaining tour cards at Q School, or even if they go to Q School. Some of the names we may see here next year: Nathan Rafferty, Danny Jansen, someone I'm hoping to never see again in my life, Darius Lavanauskas,
96.
Scott Waits, Richie Burnett, John O'Shea, Ted Everts, a man I predicted yesterday to win a week, Jeff Smith, Louis Williams, George Killington, Brian Roman, Bradley
80.
Brooks, Joe Mernon, James Wilson, Ross Montgomery, Devon Peterson, former European Tour winner. So some real
85.
intriguing names available that we might have here next year.
$55. $60. $59.
Steve West and Tony Wood to follow this one.
Imagine the possibility of Mervyn King being
58.
here next
Yeah.
year.
Marco, you require
Does need a lot of things to happen,
167.
but it is a possibility.
Richie Burnett, another one, isn't it? Oh,
Shot
he's
on the
gone
third
for it
leg.
and found the
Marco
target.
Cantele.
Our highest finish of the week. I think Richie Burnett
Fourth
is
leg, it's Jeffrey to throw first.
looking to have to go back to
Game
Q
on.
School, isn't he?
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if he gave it a miss with what's available. For Mervyn King, the
46.
most likely possibility would be Ian White, Doets, and Van den Boogaard all winning 1 match, and Lennon and Hempel winning 2. That is the most possible possibility, but I have been told in
60.
terms of percentage chances of it happening is 0.6%.
That has to happen for him to retain his card.
58.
He will lose his card if that happens.
Right. Okay.
There are other possibilities as well, but that is the most likely option at 0.6%. Although we've seen this before. Remember Paul Nicholson a few years ago?
That was remarkable. We were commentating on the matches as they were
100.
as it was happening, and people missing match starts that would have meant he kept his card.
$57.
Max Hopp in the end was the last game that
Yep.
took his card away from him.
$27. $100. $140. $180.
De Graaf looking to play himself into contention in this group. He's had a couple of slips today that's we feel may have cost him, and that happened in the opening game as
44.
well when he
Jeffrey requires
missed those
60.
opportunities to beat Tony Wood. We
Did
said
he
it,
have 6 starts to beat Tony?
and that was the point we said, wasn't it?
Yeah,
How
shot
much
on
will
the
we
fourth
talk about that
flag,
at the
Jeffrey
end of
de
the day?
Graaf.
And the more he's starting to tick these fixtures off, we take a look at the
5th leg, it's Marco to
live
throw
in-play
first.
table.
Game on.
And we can see that De Graaf, if he does go on to win this match, will only be 1 win away from the top of the table where Steve West sits. How big will that match be where he couldn't
58.
put Tony Wood away?
Well, ultimately, he's still right in the mix, but come tomorrow afternoon,
140.
that 1 win may be the difference in topping the table, going in Group B.
$140.
Steve has 2 more matches to play. The one coming up next against Tony Wood,
45.
and another against Simon Adams. Interestingly, Tony and Simon are housemates this week.
$57.
Well, Steve and Tony both undefeated so far today. So one of them has to lose.
Yeah, someone's O's going to go.
134. $60.
Will that be the last mistake that Marco Cantele can make in this game before it becomes fatal?
$140.
Brilliant last start. Created the angle.
Sets himself on a nice, simple 2-dart finish for another 2 points. And to confirm himself
55.
on 10 points so
Jeffrey
far for this
required
Group A
42.
campaign. Question if the damage was done early when he lost out to
Shot
Tony
and the
Wood,
match,
but there are plenty
Jeffrey de
more
Graaf.
fixtures ahead still for Jeffrey de Graaf. He's still got 6 more games to go and plenty of time in which he can reel in Steve West and Ben Robb at the top of the table. For now, it's job done for Jeffrey de Graaf and 2 more points on the board. our attention does turn to the man who is top of the table, Steve West, as he's taking on the undefeated today, Tony Wood.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Up next, it is a battle of the unbeaten players so far today, but the big story of the day is that Steve West, 9-darter in match number 7 against Jeffrey de Graaf. Was a 9-darter to win that tie 4-1. Had 3 games just to compose himself. Very good day today as well for Tony Wood, who remains unbeaten and has gone from the foot of the table, currently up to 4th.
First
A win
leg, it's
here
Steve to
would
throw
put him
first.
in joint 2nd.
Game on.
These two clashed yesterday, and it was a 4-3 win for Steve West. And the 2 defeats he
140.
had yesterday, he's avenged both of those so far today, Matt.
I've been impressed with Tony Wood. It'd been so easy for Tony Wood to come here, roll over, start thinking of a campaign in Group C or
100.
potentially one in Group B, but he can really play himself into contention with this fixture. He is to get the victory here from Steve West. He will take some of that leg difference away from Steve West, but also put himself just 2 points behind. Something you would not have predicted at the start of the day following Tony Wood's campaign yesterday, where he just picked up the 1 win from 5. But every day is different. Not a game of comparing stats. It's a game of what's in front of you, not what's behind you, and that's never been more evident than what Tony Wood's showing us here.
Yeah, they can provide us with a bit of a guide in terms of ceiling and consistency.
40. 140.
His third 140 of the leg.
$140.
Settle play there
Steve, you
from
require
Tony Wood.
40. Game shot on the first leg. Steve
Clinical
West.
leg and a clinical finish there from Steve West, who, remember, the last time he was on this stage, exited the stage after hitting a 9-darter.
Second
Comes
leg,
out when
it's
it's a
Tony to throw
13.
first.
So the last 2 legs
Game
that
on.
Steve West has played on this stage is won in 22 darts.
And not too shabby.
131.
Well, he's obviously brimming with confidence.
$75.
Just clattered into this all-in-one flight system at the back there, and that generation of energy and force has to go somewhere on this occasion. Hit the floor.
$100.
Beautiful dart there for West.
140.
Yeah, he would have expected to get at least one more in there. He does just that.
He's a very big 180 hitter. He's hit 18 already in this campaign. Suppose when people are looking for a bit of value at the start of the day,
21.
then I don't think you'll be far wrong with going West most 180s or the over markets in the West games.
Yep. Well, on multiple occasions, he's hit
55.
4 in a match.
And you do get a value in that market. I mean, in this match, for example, Steve West is even money to hit more 180s than Tony Wood, who has only hit 4 across his games so far, and Steve West on 18. So statistically, good value.
Yeah, that is good value.
53.
As their thinking is he's got to hit at least 1, but very rarely is he involved in a match where he doesn't hit at least 1.
95.
No 180s in the match incoming.
Well, Steve
100.
just to hit a 180
Steve, you
in the
require
match is 8 to 13.
136.
He loves this route for a 136, and
On
he's
the
took it
second
out
leg,
again.
Steve West.
Mightily impressive here, Steve West. A 15 darter to back up the 13 to back
Third
up
leg,
the 9.
it's Steve
This
to throw
is
first.
a
Game on.
purple patch spell from Steve West.
Yeah, well, he's up around the number he produced in
45.
that 9-dart match, 108.48. He's averaging, well, prior to that 45, he was averaging in excess of 107.
Maybe the price is available there on the 180 market on Steve West, because maybe the odds compilers think there's not
100.
going to be many legs in this one, the way that Steve West is playing, currently averaging over 100.
$26.
Lost his way briefly here. image there of the
140.
new breed of lobster scorpion.
100.
Scorpions in certain countries, don't they?
I don't know, to be honest. My cuisine is very bland, and I eat about 5 things on repeat. I like my food like I like me telly.
43. $100.
I think they deep fry them in maybe Thailand, something like that. I'm not sure.
140. 41.
So I've definitely not Googled this.
Tony, you require 78.
China. Often fried and served on a stick. I'll be hoping to...
Not my bag, and I'm reasonably adventurous when it comes to food. I don't
Game
eat
shot on the
bugs
third leg. Tony Wood.
or insects.
And say, what would you prefer on a fork rather than a stick? It's not your bag. I
Fourth
don't like
leg.
eating off a
It's Tony
stick.
to throw first.
Covered in madras.
Game on.
Would you ever consider going in the jungle?
No, I got offered Big Brother once and stupidly declined it because I am
100.
fascinated by psychology and would have been a wonderful experience, but no, I couldn't do the
45.
jungle anyway. Not a chance.
I would love to see you in Big Brother.
Yeah, on reflection, I should have gone for it, but
In there with like a few beauty influencers and things like that. That'd be
yeah, that would be
perfect.
great.
135. 85.
Yeah, I'd be terrible at it, to be honest. I don't even get the spiders out of the house. That's for the
That's
missus.
why I've got a cat.
180.
She eats anything that moves.
Tony Wood's playing himself back into contention here in this one. A
But it
big
was-
maximum.
It was all one-way traffic for 2
100.
legs and
Tony, you require 86.
just gone off the ball here, Steve.
Sometimes when you're playing as well as Steve was, it can almost come too easy. That you almost throw him with expectation, and then when it doesn't start happening, you
32.
get frustration. Bit sloppy there from Tony Wood, but he's got time to. He's earned the right to have a sloppy visit in the first 9 of this leg.
47.
There's
Tony,
nothing
you
coming
require
here from Steve
54.
West, so the likelihood is that we're going to go to a level game, which Steve West was popping in those trebles in the early part of the game. But we're just going to run away with it.
Game
No,
shot
we
on the
were
fourth flag. Tony Wood.
Contemplating the possibility of a 4-0 drubbing.
Fifth leg. It's Steve to throw
Over the
first.
course of 2 legs,
Game on.
Steve West has taken 21 points off of his average.
100.
We now start thinking about that realistic possibility of Tony Wood doing what can only be described as the unthinkable. Coming in with 2 points and playing himself into contention.
45. 60.
I mean, there is obviously the possibility that it's not a scorpion. We could ask Henry Deacon, who would tell us it's a lobster. Is that much more your sort of cuisine? Bit of...
No, I'm actually allergic to fish
11.
and shellfish. Sure, I told you the story that a few months ago I decided, well, more than a few months ago, probably a year ago now, I thought, well, maybe I've grown
83.
out of it. And I was sat in hospital explaining to a doctor that I'm allergic to fish, but I decided to have cod and chips. And he kept looking at me going, yeah, but you're allergic to fish. I said, yeah, I know. He said, but you still had it. I said, yeah, I thought I might have grown out of it or something.
There's one thing you never grow out of.
81.
Stupidity.
No, exactly that. My mum and dad had still been alive. That's exactly what they would have said. The doctor was just sort of looking at me, shaking his head.
140.
But you're allergic. I went, yeah. So you still had fish and chips? Yeah. I said it was lovely. He said, did you just have a little bit? I said, oh no, I ate the lot.
140.
Same narrative,
Steve, you
different
require
context every
180.
year, eh? Well, Wester's got back on the horse here.
I mean, how cruel is that? It's something I absolutely
78.
adore and can't eat it.
You always want what you can't have. It might seem more appealing because you know you can't have it. It's all right, but try again next year. You might be better. You might have grown out of it.
92. Steve, you require 40.
Double four.
36.
The first
Tony, you
starts
require
at a double.
132.
He's missed so far in the match. Oh, that's sitting up beautifully. That is so unlucky. Yeah, he fancied that. 7 remaining.
109.
Leave himself on a single darter, but
Steve, you
West's got to be
require
aggressive
4.
here. Can't go safe. Fear. Leaving that double one. Awkward. Got to shuffle. Keep shuffling. He's ran out of hockey. Oh, what a
Game
dart.
shot on the fifth leg.
What a dart
Steve
there
West.
from Steve West. He threw that from Southampton.
Yeah, so much skill involved because you're
Sixth
only
leg. It's Tony
throwing
to
from
throw first.
an
Game on.
unusual angle. You've also got to factor in you're now further away from the target.
Seems to be struggling at the back of the
100.
stage with something to do with his eye. The glasses are off now and he's sort of rubbed his eye a little bit here. Is he?
Maybe that was the problem in legs 3 and 4.
108.
Well, whatever it was, he's got it out. And remember the last time we saw Steve West in a position where he could go on to win the match? He went out in 9. Could we have back-to-back victories with 9 darters?
180. 60.
Well, there's not been a single game that Tony Wood's played today that hasn't gone 4-3. Or Steve West still a bit fussy with that eye. Something is a problem here for Steve West.
Yep. Yeah.
60.
There's just something in there that you can't get out.
And to be fair, you'd think being able to see would be quite an important skill for a dart player, but Ryan Searle blows that theory out of the water.
80. Tony require 161.
Beautiful dart, treble 17. Would have left the ball, but instead Steve West, after 9 darts thrown, will come to the board. An opportunity to win the match and keep his perfect
85.
day going.
Steve, you require 81. Game shot and the match.
Brilliant finish.
Steve
12
West.
darter from Steve West to get over the line. 4-2 against his good pal Tony Wood. And still there rubbing the eyes. Something he'll have to try and deal with in between this match and his last match, which is the last match of the session. As you can see there, 88.4. A better average for Tony Wood. 93.48. When we come back, it will be Ben Robb against Simon Adams. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge. Up next, New Zealand versus South Africa. Ben Robb against Simon Adams. Make Ben Robb a lively favourite with the throw, priced at 1-2 before the off this morning. Against Simon Adams,
First
who
leg,
is
it's Ben
quoted
to
as
throw first.
6-4.
Game on.
And Adams won this tie yesterday, 4-1, with a really impressive performance. 96.16 the average, 4 out of 6 on the doubles, couple of 180s.
96.
Rod does have the throw in the tie. Much relevance that has today. Not so sure. We've already seen a match that went all 7 legs, and all 7 legs were breaks of throw.
76. $137. 85.
Rob making the sharper start to the tie.
58.
On cue. A trebleless visit.
60.
We've also got to factor in the account here for Simon Adams that he's probably playing more darts this week than he's ever played, and certainly in such a short succession. He's now 56 years of
24.
age as well, and to me, just moving a little bit more gingerly at the moment, almost like there's a tiny bit of a limp in the step. A lot of
80.
time on the legs, and the fatigue will kick in. Especially the way that dart players stand and balance, and the contortion of the body
135.
and the impact on the legs.
Yeah, and the spine and the hips. No player, I think, would have any elbow issues or shoulder issues, because the throw
Then
is
you require 51.
very smooth as he forces his way back into the leg, but needs to rely on Rob missing.
Game
which
shot
he
on the
doesn't.
first leg. Ben Robb. Second leg, it's Simon to throw first. Game on. $95. 134.
All setting up to be a really interesting day tomorrow for that race for the top position. Steve West, currently top place. Just have one more fixture to
45.
go. That'll be our very last game. He's got a bit of waiting to do, does Steve West. He'll be back on plane against Simon Adams, who
135.
a perfect day working his way through the card, winning all 5, which he did say was a possibility for the player who won that opening game between both Steve West and Ben Robb.
Broken clock is right twice
60.
a day, pal.
$55. 121.
Nearly a second max for Adams, all but a horrible deflection. Treble 20 leaves tops.
97.
Couldn't quite negotiate that. Dart 1 blocked out the left side of the target area. Needs a treble.
44.
Doesn't get one, so
Ben, you require
massive
80.
advantage for Ben Rob to pull 2 clear.
$60.
It's 2
Simon, you
missed
require
darts
136.
for Ben Rob. Gives a outside chance for Simon Adams on the 136, a shot we've seen Steve West take, but a completely different route.
Did it yesterday, 48-48 tops, and he's
34.
done it
Ben, you
today.
require 20.
Oh, last time out.
$10.
Missed doubles continue to plague
Simon, you require
Ben
102.
Rob today. Could have made life so much more easier for himself.
Yeah, that's been a bit of a theme for him, isn't it? He's
Unnecessary drama, hasn't
Yeah.
it, for him?
62. Ben, you require 10. Game shot on the second leg.
No
Ben
drama
Rob.
there, though, for Ben Rob. Hits it with the first dart. That is
Third
a
leg, it's Ben to
confirmation
throw
of the breaker
first.
throw over
Game
Simon
on.
Adams and Ben Rob. The closest contender at the moment to Steve West on the top. Might just be keeping hold of his coattails here.
85. $44. $140. $60. $100.
It's feeling a little bit lethargic at the moment for Simon Adams. Ben Rob. Finding this all a bit too comfortable at the
60.
moment. Not much coming back from Simon, yet to hit a treble in this leg. Ben Rob easing to a holder throw.
in a real good spot.
85.
He does have a healthy leg difference, doesn't he? So if he does end up duking it out with Steve West, he's okay in that department.
100. Ben, you require 91.
Leg difference may come into play here, so Ben
51.
Rob does need to stay focused and not just try and get the result, but try and get the result with something in hand.
$41. Ben, you require 40.
Oh, another 6 if he needs
Game
this.
shot
He
on
only
the
needs
third
the one.
leg.
Ben Rob cantering towards the finishing line at the moment. Not much coming back from Simon Adams, who's putting in, well, as far as
Fourth leg, it's Simon to
his
throw
Super
first.
Series goes,
Game on.
the worst performance so far.
And ironically, it's around that running average you were talking about from his darts in South Africa.
44.
So he's just going back to type slightly here. Is Simon Adams. It's the wrong time to do it here. He's got the two big hitters, Ben Rob and Steve West.
140.
Next, but for Ben Rob, it's keep your eye on that legs column because he could be within one leg of Steve West here if he is to take a victory in this leg. The table you're seeing is your live in-play table, so the points have already been
55.
allocated as if he was to win this match, because he's currently ahead. Ben
100.
Rob's last game of the day will be against Jeffrey de Graaf, where Steve West will be taking on Simon Adams.
We'll have a scenario where we have 1 on 16
100.
and 2 on 12.
$100.
In the last 11 visits for Simon Adams, he has hit 2 trebles. 2 visits with 1 treble combined. And
26. Ben, you require 161.
it's just been...
Almost like he's
effort.
hit a brick wall, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe physically and mentally. Like that play.
129.
Didn't need to chase it around, like it as well. We've been speaking today about overcomplicating situations. He's made it nice and simple. He's left himself double 16 after 12 darts. And he might get 12 to do it at this rate.
27. Ben, you require 32. Game shot and the
A
match.
fine,
Ben Robb.
dominant performance there from Ben Robb. Simon Adams didn't turn up. That is the lowest performance we've seen from him so far. Is fatigue starting to kick in for him? We'll find out in the last game of the day. But take nothing away from Ben Robb. A fine, dominant performance that restricted Simon Adams to not even getting a dart at a double. And he is still in contention. He'll be coming up against Jeffrey de Graaf soon. But before then, we've got Tony Wood taking on Marco Cantelé. Back for our final lap of fixtures here on Tuesday here at the Super Series, and it's been dubbed moving day by many, and I think one of the biggest moves has been from Tony Wood. He's made a sizable jump up the table, came in here today after just 2 points, and he's moved himself up to 8, and he's moved himself up into contention now for at least a Group B position, just a couple of points behind Jeffrey de Graaf, sat in 3rd place for Cantele. He's not been able to get anything going so far today in terms of the results, but you feel he's played better than the results would warrant. Currently sat at bottom of the table on 4 points. Is this the point
First
where
leg, it's
Cantele
Tony
gives
to throw
himself
first.
some
Game
form of
on.
positivity for the day?
Yeah, Tony would just be keen to consolidate his brilliant day so far. Only defeat was at the hands of the very impressive Steve West.
134.
Considering where he was yesterday, if he picks up a win here, like you say, he's right in the mix. I agree. His level of play
180.
just hasn't converted into points on the board and victories. Because I certainly say he's far from the worst player today, but in terms of results, he's had an absolute shocker.
80.
You know when you've been spoiled by 180s
59.
or 9 data, should I say, when the second of 180 goes in, you start thinking of the 9.
$100.
I've seen some quite magician-esque darts today as well. Darts finding the way around where it looks like there's no route in.
133.
That one there from Tony Wood somehow managing to pop it between the 2 darts to find the treble 20.
$133.
Looking for the
Marco, you require
9 count on
129.
19s, but he'll certainly take the 7 to leave 54 after 12. Treble 20 and ball for Marco. And he's had some beautiful finishes so far this week.
104.
See, you could nearly add
Tony,
another
you
one.
require
That a
54.
150 and a 167.
Two darts if he needs them at tops. Be 1 at 10s to hold his throw. A
Game shot
beautiful
on the
15
first leg.
darter there to
Tony
hold
Wood.
the throw. That's the goal when you throw in first in a leg, go out in 15, force your opponent into that 12, because quite often it does require something like the 129
leg,
and the
it's Marco
bullseye,
to
1
throw
dart in
first.
hand from Cantele.
Game on.
Exactly that. He gave himself the opportunity. Find the bullseye.
47.
Early opportunity for Tony Wood to really turn the screw and the day for Marco even more miserable.
83. $58. $180.
First of the game there for Tony Wood in the 180 column. Starting to run that total up. That's his 5th of the day. Only at 2 yesterday, so a sizable improvement in all columns today for Tony Wood. But most notably, it's got to be in that win section.
44.
Yeah, what did he have? Just the one win yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, and if he was to complete the victory here, he'd move on to 10 points, which you'll see just off the graphic at the moment, but joint third with Jeffrey de Graaf. And it'd just be those leg difference column that keeps him out of play at the moment.
58.
Does sit at the moment on -6 due to the fact that his wins today have been by 4-3.
In an ideal world, Matt, he'd love to win this one 4-0 to try and cancel out that leg difference deficit.
And if the goal was to get into Group B, Jeffrey
40.
de Graaf and Ben Robb are playing each other in the next fixture. As you can see, positions 2 and 3. So, ideally, he'd be hoping that Ben Robb can get a sizable victory over de Graaf.
100.
Mini stories appearing as the group unfolds. We get into the business end and the business day of this action.
121. Tony, you require 80.
Ben for another tidy leg.
75.
Would have been back-to-back 15s had the double 5 gone in. Did have the option to split there on that last start, rather than leave or potentially leave the 5, which is what he's done.
45. Tony, you require 5. Game shot on his second leg, Tony Wood.
Gets there in the end and does double the lead as the throw in the third.
Third leg, it's Tony to throw first. Game on.
Certainly sleep a lot sweeter this evening if he can convert this lead into a win.
Yeah, I can't credit him enough. When you've taken a day like Tony Wood did yesterday and you've only picked up the one victory, it's so easy to keep that going, but he's managed to break that
140.
psychology, and he may come here today and do the flip and win 4 matches rather than lose them. Only game he's lost so far today is Steve West, who's been beating everybody. No one has been able to beat Steve West yet, and there's only Simon
100.
Adams left standing.
$180.
180 number 2 for Tony Wood, and the average is over the ton, 101.69. We reach the
60.
latter stages of leg 3.
$95.
Again, nice setup from Tony Wood. Fully in control over this match with Cantele.
$60. Tony require 86.
Didn't need to go for the ball.
Could go 36 for 32 or double 20, double 4.
He's just assessing the situation, seeing where Marco is in relation to this leg. Sensible play from Tony Wood.
54. 140. Tony
Just
requires
over 12
32.
darts here. Tony Wood leaves double 16.
No score. Marco, you
The
require
luxury of time, the luxury of outscoring your opponent.
Yeah, started the leg with a 140, followed it with a 180, giving him that breathing space.
$81. Tony require 32.
So this time there's a bit of urgency on the situation. Marco Cantele left himself on a 2-dart combination.
Game shot on the third
This
leg.
time,
Tony Wood.
Tony Wood pings the double 16, moves himself within a leg of a turnaround day.
Fourth leg, it's Marco to throw first. Game on. $140.
For Marco, it's been a torrid day, yet to pick up a victory. But he's also only picked up 7 legs so far today.
When you
100.
actually break down the numbers, he's not played that bad.
Even in this game, when we take a look at the averages, there's not much in it. We're only talking 2 points. We're not talking a massive gulf between the players.
100.
Just can't turn them into victories, can't turn them into results.
You look in the scoring phase, 5 tons each. The 140 column led 2-1 to Marco. The 180 column led by
100.
Tony 2-1, so that's that cancelled out. So the problem for Marco is the lack of darts at doubles. There you can see the scoring columns.
129.
But he had only won 7 legs. It may be about to increase.
140. Marco, you require 132.
Gonna go ball. Gets ball. Needs another.
Well, Tony Wood's going to hope
92.
to get a dart at the ball here,
Tony,
because
you
if he
require
does, it's going to be a dart at the
161.
match. That is the case. He's going to need to find a couple of big trebles.
$26. Marco, you require 40. Game shot on the fourth leg. Marco Cantele.
Eventually picks up a leg in the match, but it was only on throw. The hard work really starts for Marco.
Fifth leg, it's Tony to throw
in this
first.
5th leg,
Game on.
because Tony has the honour.
And you see this so often when a
140.
player is clear in a match like Tony Wood was, 3-0 up, Marco Cantele has the throw, and they almost turn it in. It's like, I know I've got the throw in the next leg, that's where I'm going to plan my attack.
135.
When you're 3-0 down in a race to 4, you think, right, that's that done and dusted, and the shoulders open, you relax a little bit, and you tend to throw your best darts until you're in and around that point where the comeback's complete.
140.
Beautiful darts though from Tony Wood, back-to-back 140s.
100.
What do you do for another 140?
$41.
Fortunate deflection there on that last start, just clattering into the tungsten and going into the big one, moves him to a non-finish. Marco loses the line, and you can see the frustration, the disappointment.
42.
$140 leaves tops. Yeah, squeeze one by the side of it.
85.
Yeah, went for the open bad. Over adjustment.
Look over his shoulder there again, just checking the direction of the scoreboard, probably seeing how much time he may have on this 95.
100. Tony, you require
Probably trying
95.
to work out whether he's going to go for the treble 19 or the ball.
Correct.
Marco now on the 2-4. He's gone straight for it. Double 19 for the match.
57. Marco, you require 124.
Fancied that. You could tell by the reaction. He thought that was going in.
Yeah. Well, this will be a big saver. Treble 18 and ball.
And the ball.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Marco Cantele.
Excellent finish there from Marco Cantele. A 1-2-4 finish on the ball. Keeps his hopes alive. A couple of mismatched
Sixth
darts
leg.
from
It's
Tony
Marco
Wood.
to throw first. Game on.
Cantele starting to reel him back in. Tony Wood, if you look at the back of your screen, he's starting to pace once again.
Well, he created and carved out the opportunity to get it wrapped
36.
up 4-1 and didn't find the double 19 with darts 2 and 3. He's been 38 points away. Now he's back to 501.
55.
And in regards of the averages, they have flipped around now. Marco has gone above. He's averaging a straight 90. Tony Wood coming down very slightly.
121.
Indications here that Tony might be taking us to a last leg shootout for the 4th time today, which would mean you'd play every leg bar 1. Only the game with Steve West going 4-2.
45.
No treble from Wood. Be music to the ears of
100.
Marco. He's desperately trying to seek his first victory.
$59. $40. $56.
12 darts with out a treble. Tony Wood, who was 3-0 up and cruising in this match.
140.
Well, it's a combination of two things, isn't it? Tony Wood's come off and Marco Cantele started to go through the gears, and it looks inevitable now that we're going to go all the way. And so Tony Wood is the most value for money dart player.
Yeah, I wonder if
81.
he's starting
Marco,
to
you
suffer with
require
a bit of
64.
fatigue, as you rightly said. All barring 2 legs, he's played every leg possible. But this is good stuff from Cantele. Oh,
No score.
Couple of trebles here, and that conversation completely changes.
yeah, because Marco doesn't find a treble. It'll only be 1 dart at a double.
93.
Big last start there from
Marco, you
Tony Wood.
require 64.
Just gives himself opportunity, and Marco will be aware that Tony Wood is capable of this type of finish. And he is only going to get that 1 dart at the double. Going to be 888. The target is just missed.
48.
He misses again.
Tony,
And
you
offers
require
Tony Wood an
112.
opportunity to win this match. Take his tally to 4 wins today.
What can go wrong? That's gone wrong so
38.
far.
Marco, you require
For Tony
16.
Wood.
Game shot on the 6th leg. Marco Cantele.
Well, that 3-0 to Wood, you wouldn't have
7th
saw
and
this
final
coming.
leg.
Tony
It's
Wood
Tony
looked
to
like he
throw
was going to
first.
cruise to
Game on.
victory. Fair play to Marco Cantele. He's dug deep. He's produced the timing for Cantele
100.
in this comeback. Been near perfect.
$100.
30 scores of a ton or more combined between the players. Shows that the scoring phase of this match, you're right up there with the best of them. Now it all comes down to nerves
60.
and holding it all together in a last leg shootout. Something Tony Wood's been in. Well, this is his 4th time today. He's a very experienced 4-3er.
$41.
First time a bit of shoulder coming into that one.
$60.
And that's just that, where you get that little bit of nerves, the shoulder comes in, you hold onto the dart a little bit too long, trying to place it into the board.
$60.
Let's see a player though, just in this situation, just slightly pick up the pace, which allows you to play with a bit more freedom. It allows you to get to the end of your throw.
95.
You have a couple of fixtures still to go. De Graaf and Ben Robb coming up next in a big clash up at the top end of the table. He may have to come away from that. That is very, very gingerly in the board. But he's got to stay. He's got to find a treble somehow to leave a finish.
140.
And he's played close to it.
Yeah, just placed it to the right of it. Incredible.
I'm surprised that hung in. The rule, obviously, is you've got to retrieve the dart.
Yeah, if he'd have just touched that one, it would have been on the deck.
$28.
Could have, of course,
Marco, you
used the
require
bullseye as well to try and
160.
leave the 170. is on. In some way to complete the ultimate turnaround here.
83. Tony, you require 158.
Well, Marco Cantele is going to get an opportunity here to complete the ultimate turnaround. He was 3-0 down. He faced 2 match darts.
Marco, you require
He now
77.
should get at least 1 match dart himself.
He's going to be 1 at tops if he finds the big 18. No problem with that. Wood poised
57.
on 24 after a beautiful
Tony, you require 24.
visit beforehand. 2 12s to literally fall over the line. And he finds it.
And the match.
And Tony Wood does make it 4 out of 5. Yesterday, he lost 4 out of his 5 matches. And as you can see, a very happy Tony Wood. An average of 83.59, 85.68 for Marco. There was a few 180s in the game. 2-1 in that column to Tony Wood. Well, our penultimate game is up next as Jeffrey de Graaf faces Ben Robb. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Up next, our penultimate game of the Tuesday session. Ben Robb taking on Jeffrey de Graaf. And up for grabs here, a chance for Ben Robb to join Steve West on 14 points. Depending on the nature of the victory.
First leg, it's Jeffrey to throw
could go
first.
top on leg difference.
Game on.
However, it would have to win 4-2 or better, or a chance for Jeffrey de Graaf to join Ben Robb on 12 points.
$100.
In match number 2 yesterday. It was a win for Ben Robb, 4 legs to 1.
100.
Yeah, this is the game of the day that has the most question marks and the most permutations attached to it. And you feel like it's a vital game here for Jeffrey de Graaf, because if he isn't to get the
140.
victory here against Ben Robb, he will have 2 people above him guaranteed to be on 14 points. We've still got Steve West to come. He can move to 16, and
57.
we know West has got to play Ben Robb tomorrow, so he'll be 6 points off the top should he not pick up a victory here against Ben Robb. So a vital game for de Graaf.
41.
Yeah, the ideal scenario for Steve West is for Jeffrey to beat Ben Robb, and then for him to beat Adams in our
96.
final match, which, on reflection and how Simon played last time out, you'd have to think that's a big possibility.
And let's not forget about the 4th place position there.
100.
Tony Wood also on 10 points. Jeffrey de Graaf may go from being in a position where he can play himself into contention for winning this group,
58.
or he could end up being
Jeffrey,
in
you
a
require
battle for not
120.
being in Group C.
Yeah, which is ultimately, if you can't win this Group A, priority number 2 is to avoid going into Group C. And I say that
56.
because it's Thursday and Friday afternoon. It's a pool of 6 players, but it's only the top 2. Where if you can get yourself in positions 2 or 3 in Group A,
41.
you go into Group B, which
Jeffrey, you
is
require 64.
a much better time for a dart player on a Thursday and Friday night. And it's only a pool of 5 players with the top 3 going through, so a 60% chance of qualification.
32. Ben, you require 149.
Doesn't ultimately matter how you get to the final Saturday night. It's just getting in that final and putting yourself in the mix.
117. Jeffrey, you require 32. Game shot on the first leg. Jeffrey de Graaf.
De Graaf holds in 20.
Second leg, it's Ben to throw first.
Reminder of the players that are coming
Game
up at the
on.
back end of this week. Group B, that is your evening session on Thursday and Friday. We'll be joined by Mike Warburton, Shane McGurk, who's been picking up titles over in Ireland.
100.
And really looking forward to seeing how he handles his return here to the Super Series. And Connor Heenahan, who tends to treat us to a 9-darter on his appearances. For
100.
Group C, we will be joined by Ryan Finesse, someone I know very well in Kevin Dowling, and Stu Wilson, a former Challenge
60.
Tour winner. He'll be joining us representing the ADC.
Would you have played County and Super League with Kevin Dowling over the years?
Yes, I did, definitely. And also did a little bit of travelling with him when he was on the
100.
PDC tour as well, because he was based in Coventry. So we'd often meet up at the trips to the airport and little road
140.
trips.
Yeah, very solid player back in the day. Known Kevin for, well, a long time.
60.
Brother Sean won the World Youth.
Yes, very, very good player.
We're seeing them on Thursday and Friday, but another day's worth of action to go
60.
here in Group A and lots to play for.
Yeah, his group is far from over. So it will be, I say,
59.
a big ask if
Ben, you require
de
141.
Graaf beats Ben Robb, and then Steve goes on to defeat Simon Adams. That's going to be a
45.
big gap to try and close, especially the form we know Steve West is playing himself into.
I'm pretty sure, though, that the rest of the group will be having their Steve West voodoo dolls out, because they don't want to see a player like Steve West
Ben,
pull
you
away at
require
the top, because he
96.
knows how to get the job done.
76.
Nearly a bit
Jeffrey, you
of
require
double action.
42. Game shot on the second leg, Jeffrey de Graaf.
Well, we said it was an important game for Jeffrey de Graaf, and he's certainly doing the task here. Your
Third
live
leg, it's Jeffrey to
in-play
throw
table,
first.
this is assuming
Game
Jeffrey
on.
does go on to win because the points have already been allocated because he's ahead. Would really tighten things up at the top of the table.
Well, yeah, and the leg difference would... I mean, if he could turn this 2-0 lead into a 4-0 win, he would be
77.
on +5. Rob would be on +6, so it's all to play for in that area of the table.
121.
He's reeling him in, isn't he? That's the thing, because every time he wins a leg, Venrob's losing one as well. And this is probably just music to the ears as well of Steve West, who could leave here today 4 points clear at the top of the table and big favourite then
59.
to go on to this group.
Yeah, and put out a bit of a statement by going through the card unbeaten.
43.
Ben Rob himself yesterday won 4 out of 5.
$180. $140.
Reply.
$100. $140. Jeffrey require 85.
Dean leaves ball.
Game
Well,
shot
he
on
took
the
his
third
time
leg,
over it,
Jeffrey de Graaf.
and it was well worth the wait. Beautiful little bullseye finish. Move.
Fourth leg, it's Ben to throw
3-0
first.
clear.
Game on.
And that will hurt Ben Rob, because Ben Rob would have been stood behind him probably thinking, you're taking too long, pal, you're overplaying this, you're losing your
57.
rhythm. And he would have, he'd have lost his rhythm. That would have been like throwing a first start all over again,
Yep.
which makes it even more impressive.
40. $140.
See that legs column
Closing in.
getting tighter and tighter, and it's not just about the win for De Graaf, it's how you do it as well.
100.
Well, yeah, because you can beat someone who's going to be a rival over the next few days. Beat
93.
them clearly. You remember that if you're on the end of it.
You made a note this morning, match number 3, the first game for Jeffrey de Graaf, when you missed those match starts to beat Tony Wood. You said, how important will that be?
24.
And you said, I feel like we're going to be talking about that come the conclusion. More so now, because this was a chance to go joint top.
Yeah.
57.
It'd have been on 14 points. Right in the mix.
$59. Ben, you require 154. $95.
If he is to win this 4-0, though, he's going to need one of two things to happen. Either De Graaf needs to find something amazing. Ben Rob's going to have to make mistakes. In fact, it's probably going to be a
96.
combination of the two.
Ben, you require 59.
Certainly now.
Game
Yeah,
shot on the fourth
gets it
leg,
cleanly.
Ben Rob.
But now De Graaf, of course, has the darts. Get the job done.
Fifth leg, it's Jeffrey to throw first. Game on. $93. 93.
Eventually finds a cover shot with dart 3 to rescue the situation.
81. 96.
'Doing that minimum requirement when you got the darts, just finding the treble with each throw.
125.
That's a bonus. Says a throw in front, keeping that advantage.
Well, the extra treble there just cancels out the wayward darts with the 93 and the 81,
81.
and just sort of gets us back to that sort of tonner shot.
Perfect Super League red pen leg.
40.
Oh dear.
And Ben Robb set in.
134.
Good go ball. Picks off the ball.
130. Ben, you require 97. 57.
419.
Jeffrey, you
to leave
require
top,
32.
so 32 for the match.
Game shot and the match.
And the match it is for
Jeffrey
Jeffrey de Graaf. A 4-1 victory over Ben Robb keeps his hopes alive of being able to win this Group A. He goes joint in second position with Ben Robb on 12 points, just a couple of points behind Steve West, who will be coming up next in our last game when he takes on Simon Adams.
Welcome back. This is the final match of today's Group A session, day 2 of Group A. the moment, Steve West is in control. He's on 14 points currently. Simon Adams down in 5th position on 6 points.
First leg,
But
it's
a real
Simon to throw
opportunity
first.
for Steve West to
Game on.
gap the group. A win here will put him 4 points clear of the field. Some 12 points clear of bottom placed
41.
Marco Cantella.
Simon Adams, I just feel
100.
like he's been tailing off as the day's gone on. We got to remember he's never played this amount of darts before, and I remember not too many weeks ago we had a player here from the Faroe Islands, Jan McIntosh, who said he struggled the more it went on because the amount of darts
60.
he's just not used to playing this much and having that level of concentration. And you got to remember now, at 56 years old, Simon Adams, have we got to consider another factor here, and that's fatigue?
Yeah,
40.
it's got to play its part. It plays its part with even some of the much younger players who maybe used to playing the 2 challenge tours and multiple development tours on the one day.
45.
I wouldn't say I was physically tired on day 2 or 3, but I was certainly feeling it mentally.
140.
Ability to keep that focus and the concentration you need. Make sure every part of the
60.
fundamentals of the throw remain intact.
And would you say that's quite a lot down to nutrition as well, because that mentally and physically aids?
60.
Yeah, absolutely. If you've not, more often than not, we just don't drink enough water. That's one of the biggest problems. And think about what the brain's covered in and what the brain requires. Apart from certain nutritional values, needs lots
90.
of water.
Steve, you require 161.
Treble 20 from
129.
Simon Adams was his only one in this leg, and he's thrown 15 darts so far. That's not going to be the scoring power that's going to be required. Not to win legs, to even get opportunities against Steve West.
Yeah, exactly that. Keep you firmly
100. Steve, you require 32.
on the back foot if you're not trading big scores with him. He looks to have solved the issue with an eye, because
Shot
I
on
can
the
remember,
first leg, Steve
I think it was
West.
the last time, it was the time before, he actually scratched his eye.
Second leg, it's Steve to throw first.
Incredibly inflamed,
Game on.
caused him all sorts of issues.
Didn't stop him winning, though, did it?
No.
That's the big thing here for Steve
140.
West today. He's just been a winner.
All right, just joining us, do check out our social medias after the completion of this one. You'll be able to
99.
see the wonderful 9-darter a little early on from Steve West, produced in a 4-1 victory against Jeffrey de Graaf. In fact, it was the
85.
leg that won the match, and the whole match is worth a watch. He averaged in excess of 108. At MSS Darts across all of our socials.
And he just so happened to tell us he was going to do it as well,
did.
just beforehand.
41.
Said if I hit the back-to-backs, trust me, I'll take out the 141. Man of his word.
60.
Forget, if you want to join us here on Saturday night for the finals of this week 5,
100.
£2 booking fee for a ticket. Find those tickets at www.dartshop.tv. the weekend of
100.
it. Lovely shopping in Portsmouth, isn't there?
You quite rate the Italian as well, don't you, just down
Yeah,
the road?
oh, that is a wonderful. Do you not like pizza?
Don't mind it.
49. Steve, you require 116.
Pizza down there is fabulous.
Game shot on a second leg. Steve West.
Fairly trouble-free so far and averaging over 91 and almost in second gear.
Third leg, it's Simon to throw first. Game on. $140. 97. $70.
Engineering in those darts, isn't there?
Yeah, and remember Ben Robbs from earlier on today as well. They're a very manufactured dart. Steve West a little bit more conventional, just a traditional ring grip.
Almost dating back to those very familiar Bristow style darts, just a great ringed barrel. Steve's obviously
100.
coated.
$60.
It's always frustrating, isn't it, when you hit a max and then you follow it with a trebleless visit. Sort of reduces the impact of that maximum.
Yep.
60. Steve, you require 164.
Too much damage done. Still make West favourite for the leg. Might do it now. Done everything else today. Ooh.
115. Simon, you require 131. $57. Steve, you require
Move
49.
himself within one of the perfect day.
He's missed the big 9. A rare visit to double 16.
17. Simon, you require 74.
He's not been having too much go his way, Simon Adams, towards the back end of the day. But he's been given an opportunity here by West. Will he make the best of it?
34.
Like an ideal lie there
Steve,
on the
you
board.
require
Just,
32.
A good effort.
shuffled around the board earlier on and found the double 2. Not able to find the double
Simon, you
16
require
when
40.
chasing around the oche. Another opportunity here for Simon Adams to hold on to his throw.
$30.
Well, take 3.
Steve, you require
Steve West.
32.
Hope to use just 1. Quite attacking that double.
Game shot on the
Gets there
third leg.
In
Steve
the
West.
end, much to his relief, and is 1 away with throw. As you say, finishing off what
Fourth
will
leg,
be
it's Steve to throw
a perfect
first.
day, which
Game on.
included a perfect leg.
For the second time here at the Super Series as well. Steve West hitting a 9 darter. He hit one against the back-to-back champion Luke Littler
140.
earlier on in the year. He's now looking to have the perfect day in terms of the results, looking to go through the card 5 from 5, and that would give him
121.
a lead at the top of the table by 4 points going into tomorrow's games.
121.
The other thing to really make note of here from Steve West is the dominance of the score line. A 4-0 victory here would give him a sizable gap in terms of that leg column.
80.
No option here to leave a finish, but he can make a bit of a hole in it, cut a chunk out of the shot. Just trying to drive home that advantage in the averages, currently around about 15 points.
55.
And growing.
$52.
Simon Adams was on his best form yesterday. He was finding that first start straight in the treble 20.
180.
And he's digging deep.
Steve, you require 110.
Maximum visit from Simon Adams, pressurising the 110 of West.
56.
Just playing with so much confidence. He just thinks he
Simon,
can
you
pick out
require
everything.
65.
Double 16.
49.
He's had 5
Steve, you
opportunities at
require
the double.
54.
He's been unable to take any of them. And he may be punished once again.
34. Simon, you require 16.
Are we going to see the hands?
Game shot on the 4 flag. Simon Adams.
Look at the hands and the eyebrows. It's apparently a sign of thanks. Well, there'll be plenty of thanks.
5th leg.
Given
It's
at the end
Simon
of
to
winning
throw
that one,
first.
Steve West unable to wrap it up. He had
Game on.
opportunities from the 110. Missed the 110. Missed the 54.
$45. $54.
West just starting to get a little frustrated here, it appears.
$140.
We keep saying the longer you keep a player alive in a game, more chance they can come back and hurt.
180.
Steve West trying to make a race to the line, trying to get this one over because Simon Adams is starting to find again. First start. Starting to find the red bit.
140.
I think he's surprising himself. Expression all over the face of Simon Adams.
100.
Steve West first to a finish. Much
140.
rather be on the finish of
Steve, you
Simon
require
Adams after a hat-trick of
167.
140s to leave himself to 36.
$85. Simon, you require 36.
This opportunity, the back of that hat trick at 140s. To be aggressive. Comes inside.
28.
Steve West.
Steve, you require 82.
Another opportunity to get this match done.
Game shot and the match.
And on this occasion, Steve West gets himself over the line and wraps up what is a perfect day of action for him. He has gone completely through the card today, winning all 5 of his games with some quality performances throughout the day. Steve West, the king of the maximums, 22 across his day so far. And he is going to end the day top of the table, 4 points clear, with averages 108.48, the standout performance, a 9-dart leg. It has been a clinical Steve West performance.
Right, Steve West, what a day that you've had. I'll tell you one thing, when you make a promise, you stick to it.
If I didn't do that, I wouldn't be with my missus now, eh? If you make promises, keep them, eh?
Well, let's go straight to it. The 9-darter. I mean, it's the second one you've had here under this building, and I suppose after what you said in the build-up, I suppose you had to hit it, didn't you?
No, you put me on the spot because I said it, and you put it on air, so I had to just sort of carry that on a little bit.
So is that my fault, or
Yeah,
is
a
that
little bit your
inspiration?
fault. Yeah, well, both. A little bit of both.
And so, as I say, you've done it here before at the Super Series. You now join an exclusive club, Conor Heenahan, the only other player to hit 2. He's also in action this week as well. And I know what you're like. You want history outweigh. Is there another one up the sleeve?
I might leave one till later on in the week. Yeah, you never know.
Well, we're just having a look at the checkout now, the 141. Just talk us through dart for dart, if you can remember dart for dart.
Not really. As soon as I hit the first 180, and then I thought, well, I promised him after 6 I'd hit it, so get the 6. And when the 4th one went in, I sort of kind of knew.
Was that more pressure then? Because
no, I just relaxed a little bit more. And it just came like, I don't know, I can't explain it. It just, I relaxed so much that I just threw and it went.
And Mace, you've watched Steve over so many years. You've played against Steve so many times over the years, and you know that he has this maverick nature about him, and it was just shown today.
Yeah, it's probably one of the most exciting players when you see him do an exhibition, because he's got so much variety to what he can do at a show, and what he can't throw at a dartboard ain't worth mentioning, whether it be bookie pens or straws or anything else. It's yeah, it doesn't surprise me. And you know, there was a bit of chat yesterday about the slow start, but what people got to remember is Steve uses this to warm himself in, because he's unable to spend hour upon hour on the practice board. So come Monday, it's sort of right, here we go then, and he slowly builds up to it. So it was no surprise. Well, I said to you at the top of the show, if he wins that opening game against Ben Robb, he goes through the card and did exactly that. I didn't expect the 9-darter to come, but maybe one will come against Conor Heenahan, and they can have a 9-dart off.
Yeah.
And then in terms of today, we go back to that first game against Ben. When you were in the practice room this morning, did you feel like that was the one? Straight off the gate, the man at the top of the table, that's going to set your tone for the day?
I'll be totally honest with you. I pretty much threw 9 darts this morning before we played the first game. And the reason being, I was a little bit uncomfortable, so I didn't want to stand up there all day. And the feeling was good. I just couldn't stand there for hours. So when I come up here, I had to make it count. And he was the guy. He's the one I'm targeting. That's the one I want. Him and Jeffrey. And once I've done them two, I relaxed a lot.
Because that ultimately avenged the defeats from yesterday,
Yeah,
and that just puts them back in the back pocket for a while.
They were the two guys that are like pushing me, giving me that little bit in my neck. You know, if you're going to win, you're going to beat me. And yesterday I was pretty disappointed, because they're the 2 games that I actually played well and lost. So after that, I sort of, they're my target, do that. So I relaxed this morning, I had my painkillers, I done what I had to do, threw 9 darts. That was it. So get up here and beat them. If you can't beat them today, you're not going to beat them at all.
Yeah, 4 points clear at the top, so job was done today. Imperative, I think, that you did go through the card, and the manner in which you do it is, you know, like you say, it's putting out a bit of a statement. They now know that you're starting to warm to the task. Tomorrow, 3 or 4 wins tomorrow, and it's job done.
I mean, you know me, Chris. I'm pretty up and down, like really up and down. So tomorrow I could come in here and lose 5.
Yeah, well,
That's in me. But I could also come in here and win 5 again.
Yeah.
So whatever, Steve turns up tomorrow, I think I'm pretty safe. If
Yeah, I
I'm
think
honest,
you've got to be-
I'm pretty confident.
yeah, you've got to be fairly positive after today. I mean, the 9 dart we're always going to talk about because it's just a special achievement. But there was also the 108 average in that game as well. Which
Oh,
again,
I don't know.
Yeah, it was
I don't know.
just
I
over
don't know.
108. So
All
that,
I know is that I called it to Emery. If I hit 2 180s, I'm going to finish it. And he went, yeah, whatever. And then he put it out on TV, so I had to hit it.
You
Job
did
done.
have to hit it. You did hit it. And there's a lot of gold as far as Steve West's name is concerned in terms of the results today, because it was a card completion for Steve West on day 2 at the Super Series. And he really has put himself in very good nick going into tomorrow. And with yourself, obviously you were mentioning with the hip and everything, do you feel like when it comes to a Group A, it's almost hammer time to give yourself the maximum amount of time off the Thursday, Friday, to then get ready for Saturday again?
I'll be totally honest with you. If I win Group A by Wednesday, I'm not sure what I'm going to do for 2 days because I won't throw a dart. And I'd rather play a Thursday and a Friday, just keeps me interested.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, if I win Wednesday, I'm sitting at home for 2 days with my feet up, not doing anything. So I don't know how that's going to
You
work.
can bake me a bit of dinner when I come out.
I'll cook you a spag bowl. That's good.
Can I come round as well?
Yeah, no problem.
Cool, we'll have dinner on Steve on Wednesday. Right, let's have a look at the table then following 2 days play here at the Super Series. And it's very good news as far as Steve West is concerned. He is top of the pile going into the final day's proceedings, but hot on his heels will be Ben Robb and Jeffrey de Graaf going into the final day's action. Well, Steve, many congratulations on the
Thank
line.
you, Eric.
Many congratulations on a good day, mate. Thank you,
Thank you.
as ever for your company. Always do appreciate it. Steve, thank
Cheers,
you
pal.
so much. Right, we're going to see you tomorrow from 9:30 a.m. Was Steve West, well, he's the perfect man with a 9 dart. Just a warning that what we're about to show involves flashing images, as again, Steve West is perfection.